All right, and we're back, or here we are at the regular meeting, first meeting of April for the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners. Calling this meeting to order, and can I get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Lisa Kakari-Stone. Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Present.
And Chair Justin Greene.
I'm here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excellent. Pledge of Allegiance. Can we face the flag? Salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and is the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Thank you very much. Can we get a moment of land acknowledgement? Pardon me. We acknowledge that this place we now call Santa Fe is known as Ogopoge, or White Shell Watering Place. We recognize that it is the ancestral land of the Tewa people and part of a larger sovereign landscape of the Hickory, Apache, Navajo, and surrounding pueblos, who have cared for this land for thousands of years and continue to do so today. Thank you. And for the moment of reflection from the Treasurer's Office, Deanna Baca. Thank you.
Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today. Being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interests of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have one to add.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'd like to take a moment of silence for Mara Taub. She passed away at the age of 86 last week peacefully, but she was dedicated to the service of our community. She worked on prisoner rights and feeding the lay laborers. She founded the program that did that. And I met her a couple times on the prison aspect. So I'd like to just keep her in mind.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other recognitions? All right, approval of the agenda. Are there any requested changes? I know County Manager Schaefer had one.
Thank you, Chair Greene and Commissioners. I'd recommend, given anticipated public comment and interest in the termination of the JPA with the Town of Edgewood for fire suppression service and emergency medical services, that we move a miscellaneous update from me on that topic to the next order of business before we have any matters of public concern. That would be my recommended change to the agenda for today's meeting. And other than that, I would note that the final agenda for today's meeting was posted on Friday, April 10th at approximately 2:45 p.m. Again, more than 72 hours before today's meeting, and the initial agenda for the meeting was posted last Tuesday at approximately 7:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Are there any other changes?
I'd like to make a motion to approve with the change made by Manager Schaefer.
Second. Oh, sorry.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Bustamante and a second by Commissioner Johnson. And just for the record, I'm going to let the county manager speak also later if he has any other aspects that he wants to bring up in his regularly positioned spot. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
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 Excellent. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have an agenda. Thank you.
And Chair Greene, just for the record, this is Commissioner Lisa Kakari-Stone. I've been on, so I just wanted to note my attendance. Thank you.
Thank you. I think, yep, good to have you here virtually. We have matters of public concern. We have a lot of people in the house here today, and, oh, whoops, sorry, we're going to go, the amended agenda, we're going to have a short presentation from our county manager regarding the Edgewood JPA changes. There's a small presentation, and the county manager can take it away when he's ready.
Thank you, Chair Greene and commissioners. I'm just going to wait until the presentation is brought up before we begin. So, commissioners, I wanted to begin just by explaining and setting the stage for the fact that, when citizens choose to incorporate, the incorporated municipality becomes the unit of local government with primary responsibility for providing law enforcement, fire suppression, and EMS services. Since its incorporation, the town has discharged its responsibility to provide fire and EMS services within the county portion of the town through agreements with the county. The most recent joint powers agreement between the town and county went into effect on July 1, 2005. It's important, though, to emphasize that the existence of that JPA doesn't change the underlying responsibilities for providing those services. At the end of the day, as an incorporated municipality, that responsibility, again, resides with the town commission. I tried to think about how to describe the payment terms of the existing joint powers agreement, I think in terms that are easy to understand. And so what I put forward in this slide is basically three different scenarios. The first is, what would the universe look like from a fire and EMS perspective if the town of Edgewood had not incorporated? If that counterfactual happened, the county would provide fire and EMS services to the county portion of what is town of Edgewood as an unincorporated area of the county. The county would receive fire impact fees that it charges on developments, and the county would also receive the county area fire excise tax, which at the time of incorporation included food and medical gross receipts tax. The town with the JPA scenario, which is the scenario that was in existence from 2005 to the present, really replicated the no town scenario, meaning the county agreed to continue to provide fire and EMS services within municipal boundaries, and in exchange, the town agreed to provide the equivalent of fire impact fees imposed by the town, as well as the equivalent of the county area fire excise tax, including food and medical deductions. The town commission, as is its right, could decide to provide fire and EMS services within the municipal boundaries, through different means. And in that event, the town would be responsible for deciding what those services look like and how to fund those services. I think that the actual history of payments demonstrate that there was a clear understanding of what had been agreed to. And this chart shows you a couple of things. The actual history of payments from the town of Edgewood in terms of the fire excise tax equivalency payments. And it shows that from the very beginning, the town was contributing to the county under the JPA significant resources, which grew over time, as you would expect that they would, because they were meant to replicate a gross receipts tax. So as taxable gross receipts, as well as food and medical deductions increased, the town payments increased in kind. Now, I've provided on the right, this is not to suggest that all of these expenditures went to the southern region or the town of Edgewood, but they were the clearest examples of the increase in cost to the county over that same period of time in terms of countywide non-capital expenditures from the County Fire Operations Fund. And it shows that over the same period of time, the county's expenditures from the Fire Operations Fund increased significantly as well. The point being that while the town's payments did increase, they did not by any measure outstrip the growth that the county was seeing in terms of overall fire operations fund expenditures on the non-capital side. Again, I'm not suggesting that all of those expenses on the right-hand column went to the southern region. They did not. I wanted to have clear expenditure information that could be traced to the county's annual comprehensive financial reports so that individuals could verify those gap-adjusted expenditures. If we focus specifically on the southern region, looking just at the personnel cost that the county incurs exclusive of overtime for the staffing pattern that currently exists at Station 70, the estimate from our fire chief is that that's $2.3 million, again, just on the staffing front, exclusive of overtime. Our overall expenditures, again, are much higher. When it came to addressing, and go back to emphasize the point that beginning with fiscal year 24 and in fiscal year 25, the town council asserted a new interpretation of the joint powers agreement and claimed in August of 2025 that it believed that the amount due to the county for the entirety of fiscal year 2024 was $10,319.21. At that same time, looking at fiscal year 2025, the town asserted that through May of 2025, that the amount that would be owed for fire and EMS services was $10,035.12. I'm not going to go through the steps that preceded the filing of litigation. What I'm going to emphasize is that the county was willing to continue operating under the joint powers agreement as it had been understood for close to 2 decades. The town commission was not. And the town commission ultimately has the duty to provide fire and EMS services, and therefore it has the right to decide how to provide them. The walkaway settlement agreement was negotiated and approved ultimately by the Board of County Commissioners and the Town Commission so that each governmental entity could focus on their primary area of responsibility. For the Town Commission, that's within the municipal boundaries, and for the Board of County Commissioners, that's in the unincorporated areas of the county. I want to emphasize that I am not in any of my comments questioning the decision of the Town Commission as to how it wishes to provide fire and EMS services within the municipal boundaries. As a matter of municipal law, that's entrusted to their judgment, and I defer, to that judgment in terms of its plans going forward relative to the fire and EMS services. The question has arisen from time to time about the potential negotiation of a new joint powers agreement. I've made it very clear that I've not been authorized by the Board of County Commissioners to engage in any such negotiations, but I have offered and would offer to the board, these considerations. First, I think that the Town Commission has to request such negotiations and has to request that the county consider continuing to provide fire and EMS services post June 30. That is based on the fact that it is ultimately the Town Commission's responsibility for providing those services, and it therefore gets to decide how those services are provided. And if it wants to engage the county in providing those services post June 30, again, I think as a matter of local municipal governance, that request has to start from the town commission. I think if such conversations were to be requested by the town commission, and if the Board of County Commissioners, authorized such negotiations, the things that seem to me are worth emphasizing in terms of making sure that those discussions are fruitful is that there was a very clear and sound conceptual basis for the historic agreed upon methodology for calculating the town's annual contribution towards fire and EMS services. I think there has to be a recognition of the true cost of providing those services in relation to what those contributions had been agreed to and had been paid over time. I think that any such renegotiations would also have to address some complications arising by the fact that the town commission has extended the town's boundaries outside of Santa Fe County into surrounding counties, which can complicate things, but I think that would have to be addressed in any negotiated agreement. I think that any such discussions would have to address the fact that the town commission did not make agreed upon payments for 3 years. That includes impact fees that weren't paid during the same period of time, during which time the county provided, continued uninterrupted service. The last thing that I think would have to be addressed for discussions to be fruitful is the fact that if the town request, if the Board of County Commissioners agrees to have those discussions, and if a new agreement is reached, that any such agreement would have to have built into it some mechanisms to ensure that any agreed upon future payments are accurately calculated and timely made. So again, just to summarize, from Santa Fe County's perspective, there was a clear agreement that has a sound basis in terms of local option gross receipts tax structure, that the parties had agreed to and had implemented over a number of many years. The county never sought to renege on that agreement and was willing to continue forward under that agreement. The town commission was not, and ultimately, as is its right, has decided, at least at this time, to proceed in a different manner in order to meet its responsibility to provide fire and EMS services to its residents and property owners. As I've indicated, I have not been given any authority to enter into negotiations if the town commission were to request it, but I did offer some, I think, predicates for what I think are necessary for any such discussions to be fruitful. So this is a presentation from me. Obviously, you can ask me any questions, commissioners, but I thought it would be useful to, set that stage before we heard public comment on this particular topic. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you, County Manager Schaefer. I really appreciate that. I think a lot of folks that are online and in the room and paying attention to this across the community were interested in that. Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions about this right now? No? I appreciate that, and I hope that helped clarify the situation here. Before we go to public comment, I do want to acknowledge some folks that we have in the room here today. We have Commissioner Anna Hansen, former Commissioner Anna Hansen here. Great to have you back. Thank you very much. We have Senator Ann Thornton here. Thank you for joining us today. Cheers. We have from Representative Teresa Leger Fernandez's office, we have Matt Miller. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. And then from Senator Heinrich's office, we have Mike Sullivan and our own former favorite, Olivia Romo. So nice to have you back, Olivia. Cheers. And I'm sorry if I'm missing some other elected officials that might have come up from Edgewood, but you can introduce yourself.
Former Senator.
Sorry, former Commissioner Phil Anaya. Thank you very much. Hey, thank you. Sorry for missing you there. Cheers. Thank you very much. So we're going to go to public comment. I'm going to ask that we organize this to by topic slightly, so that we start from the Edgewood topic, so that we can keep those grouped, and we can keep that. And then as we get through that, if people want to speak to other items, they can wait until the end of that, if that's okay. 2 minutes today, I think, because I think we have a lot of people, and I hope everybody can manage to say their piece in 2 minutes here. If you will approach the microphone, identify yourself with both your name and your address, and you will be given 2 minutes to address this here. Thank you very much for all joining us today. Please. Go ahead. Yes, of course.
Chair?
Yes.
I just, this is public comment rather than a hearing. I'm not sure that we need their address, just their name.
I mean, that's fine if they don't want to give their address, but great. No
Thank you.
problem. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Adrian Chavez Sr. County Manager kind of stole a little bit of my thunder that I was going to bring up during my portion of the speech. I'm here today because our community is facing a looming public safety crisis, and the people of Edgewood deserve clarity, not simply speculation. The possible collapse of the JPA agreement between Santa Fe County and the town of Edgewood is no longer just a contractual dispute. It now threatens uninterrupted fire and EMS protection for thousands of residents, business owners, and families who depend on the services every day. What makes this especially urgent is the timing. We're entering one of the highest wildfire risk periods of the year during one of New Mexico's driest and most dangerous fire seasons in recent memory. Edgewood sits in a high-risk wildland urban interface zone. And if this agreement expires without resolution, our town risks losing not only the JPA itself, but also the professional fire service structure that currently protects our community with the brave firemen that are behind me. Court filings indicate that this dispute, and he went over this, and I appreciate that, but the one thing that was missing from his comments was the human aspect. We saw numbers, we saw evidence of what's transpired over time, but not at any point in time has either the town of Edgewood or the county responded to us as human beings, as organic matter. And that is significant in this discussion. So, what specific action must the town of Edgewood take? And I heard that in his comment, so I'll bypass that. So at this point, it sounds like, based on what he preceded my speech with, that the town needs to come to the table and ask for reopening of the JPA. Is that correct? All right. With that being said, I respectfully thank you guys for letting me come up here and talk, and remind everyone that this isn't just a dispute between county and town. This is a dispute between the human beings that live in that town and in that area. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My apologies if we can't quite respond to you, but it's a one-way conversation, but we heard you. Thank you. Officer,
They can line up.
huh?
They can line up.
You guys can line up, so we don't have to call you up one by one if there are people that want to line up and to speak. At least the folks for speaking about the Edgewood topic, if possible.
Chair Greene, this is Commissioner Lisa Kakari-Stone. If our IT staff can stop showing the agenda and show the folks who are speaking, I'd appreciate that for myself as well as the public who are joining online. Thank you.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners of the Board, my name is Utimio Ortiz. I'm President of Santa Fe County Firefighters Association. I represent the almost 100 firefighters that serves the Santa Fe County area as paid career firefighters. We urge you today to work with the town of Edgewood to renegotiate the JPA. As this gentleman referenced, this is not just a monetary issue for firefighters or for the community, but it's a public safety crisis. I don't think that the town of Edgewood really truly understands what they're getting into by terminating this JPA and attempting to provide fire and EMS services on their own. Santa Fe County has invested about 30 years of progress into building sustainable fire services for the town of Edgewood and for the southern region. And that's not something that the town of Edgewood can recreate overnight. With that, thank you for your time. And we really hope that we can come to some sort of resolution before July 1, because the issues will affect the future of the fire service and the community in the town of Edgewood and the Santa Fe County constituents in our southern district. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for representing your union on this matter. I appreciate that, and I think we all do. Thank you. Senator, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I stand before you as a state senator for District 19 and as a resident who shares your responsibility for the safety and well-being of every family in southern Santa Fe County. So in April, the county announced that effective June 30th, the town of Edgewood would be removed from the county's primary fire and EMS area. And that decision obviously cannot remain in force. I spoke directly with the fire marshal, the state fire marshal, and without a dedicated local fire department and EMS presence, Edgewood, a community of 6,600 residents, will be classified as an ISO Class 10. That is the lowest possible rating. It means our families will not meet the minimum standards for fire protection. Insurance rates will skyrocket, response times will lengthen dramatically, lives will be placed at greater risk, and this is not a technicality, this is a public safety emergency. It's also a financial emergency for the town of Edgewood. The sudden loss of county fire and EMS coverage will force the town to shoulder an unsustainable burden or leave its citizens unprotected. Neither outcome is acceptable. I'm asking you today to work immediately with the town of Edgewood on a long-term cooperative solution that keeps fire and EMS coverage in place. Our shared responsibility does not end at an arbitrary line on a map. It ends only when every resident, whether in Santa Fe, Edgewood, or anywhere in between, is safe in their home. The people of Edgewood are counting on you. Let us choose public safety over any impasse we may have had. I stand ready to work with you right now to prevent this crisis, and let us act before it's too late. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Senator. Welcome to Santa Fe County Chambers. Please go ahead.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for hearing me. My name is Kerry Utes. I'm a captain with Santa Fe County Fire Department, Station 60B shift, and member of IAFF Local 4366. I cannot speak to what the leadership of the town of Edgewood is attempting to do or the reasoning for recent decisions, but I think the opinion of the public is fairly unanimous in that the termination of this JPA is terrifying for your constituents in the southern region and not just the town of Edgewood. I have served with Santa Fe County for the past 10 years as a firefighter and EMT, approximately 5 of which were collectively assigned at Station 70, which serves the southern region and the town of Edgewood. Like so many of my brothers and sisters who have served in the southern region, we have been incorporated as part of the community in the town of Edgewood. In the wake of these recent decisions, the community is scared. I'm worried. While I do not live in the town, I have numerous friends and brothers and sisters in arms who reside there. They are my family. This is a crisis for them and so for me. If the town of Edgewood returns to the table, I ask that you please reinstate a JPA for their safety and livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
My name is Joshua Cram. I'm a firefighter, Santa Fe County Fire Department. I've worked at Station 70. I love the town of Edgewood. Town of Edgewood loves us. I don't know a lot more than that, but what I know is that I want to keep serving them, and they want us to keep serving them. Please help us let that continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I must say, I I know that Edgewood loves you, and that felt great to hear your love of Edgewood. So, and we do too. So, thank you.
A little shorter.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Shelley Hutchinson. I am a resident of both the town of Edgewood and Santa Fe County. I'm here today because I am deeply concerned about the recent dispute with the JPS agreement regarding the funding for fire and EMS services and the resulting decision to terminate the support. This is not just a contractual issue. This is a public safety issue. Fire and EMS services are not optional for any governmental agency to provide. They are essential, life-saving services that every resident depends on and deserves. Disrupting these services, even temporarily, puts lives, homes, and businesses at risk. It is the fundamental responsibility of government to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. Allowing an administrative or financial issue to escalate to the point where the critical emergency response is at risk is simply unacceptable and irresponsible. The consequences are too severe. A delay in response can mean the difference between life and death. It can mean the loss of life, a home, or the inability for residents to maintain required insurance coverage. We are one community. We share boundaries, resources, and responsibility for one another. I urge the Commission, the state of New Mexico, and the town of Edgewood to come back to the table immediately, work through this issue, and ensure there are no interruptions to these essential services. Please do not let an administrative issue become a life or death consequence for the people you swore an oath to serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, name is Pat Murray. I've been a resident of Edgewood for about 2 years now, so.
Please lift the mic a little bit.
Sorry.
Perfect. Thank you.
So I've been involved with a couple of different towns throughout my livelihood, moving around. This seems to be the most dysfunctional that I've ever been involved in, and it's crazy. So I have no plan or prepared statement. I'm just here to basically, like Adrian said, I'm here to put a human face to this. Everybody I've talked to, whether they're far left, far right, middle, it doesn't matter. Everybody's freaking out by this. July 1, we are scared. We have families. I don't know what happens on July 2nd. Well, I call 911 because my elderly neighbor is choking. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows what's going to happen. So what's being said on the streets is that what this is it seems like it's a gotcha moment. It smells like the commission at Edgewood had found this thing, and their interpretation of the rules are that, oh, it's not 0.25% of gross of all the things that this distinguished gentleman talked about. It's actually 0.25% of 1%. Okay, so then I've negotiated plenty of contracts before. That opens negotiation to figure it out. It's all the interpretation. I understand that. At the end of the day, you have real people like us. There's everybody on my street, everybody I talk to is freaking out about this. So I just ask that you all figure out. I'm going to go to the 5 o'clock, find out what's going on there. It really disappoints me that Edgewood hasn't reached out to y'all. What's the plan? What happens on July 2nd when there's a car accident right outside on Dinkle and 345 or 344? We don't know. So please get back to the table, put the politics aside. This is human lives that we're dealing with. So I thank you for having the time. I apologize for not having a prepared statement, but I just want to put another human side. I didn't see enough humans here. There's a lot of awesome guys in red hair, but I'm a human. I live there. Help us, please. Thank you.
Thank you. These guys on the side are superhuman. I understand.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Matchison. I've proudly served with the Santa Fe County Fire Department for about 19 years now, down south most of my career. I'm proud of what we've accomplished down there. I'm proud to be able to serve the community. That gentleman made a comment. The public doesn't know what's going to happen. We do. All these guys here know what's going to happen, and it's not going to be good. If this actually goes through, it's going to cause irreparable damage to the community. and it's going to leave a scar that will take years to heal. I implore you guys, go back to the table. Regardless, it's just a little bit of money. It's a small fraction of what the county spends to provide these services, and it's the community that you guys swore to take care of. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your service as well. Please.
Hi, Vincent Reese-Gonzalez, Union Steward for Local 4366. And while I'm up here, I'd also like to say hi to the residents, workers, and firefighters who couldn't be here and are tuning in online. Well behind me, it might look like we have a good amount of firefighters here. There are many who can't be here because they are on duty, they have families, and they have obligations they have to take care of. And also, we're going down to Edgewood tonight to ask the same thing of them that we're asking of you today, which is to get back to the table and negotiate another JPA. Fire, injury and illness, tragedy does not care about the lines that we draw on maps, and any delay in service that we will have getting to Edgewood, getting to around Edgewood, can mean that that tragedy will spread and worsen. So please, get back to the table.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, welcome home.
Thank you, guys. I am former Commissioner Philandra, and I am with the town of Edgewood in District 3. I'm here as a private citizen because I can speak differently as a citizen than I can as a commissioner. I'm here to let you all know that one vote makes a huge difference. And I've always said this, that it only takes 3 to rumble, as you all know this. My vote was to pay the damn bill, and then we negotiate. That's what I said. And I appreciate what Manager Schaefer said. It's the first time that I've heard common sense. And frankly, you deserve to be at that table again. And I wished that I had been at the table in negotiations, because I can assure you, had I been there, it would be different today. We would still be in service with you guys. So my plea to you is, and I had a big long speech here to do tonight, but I'm going to do this out of my heart, brand new heart. I did have a heart transplant years ago. 2007, 2005 is when you guys came in. And believe it or not, some of these fire department staffers saved my damn life. So they have a big place in it because of this. So when I heard for the first time that negotiations was over and this is a done deal, I thought, bullshit. I'm sorry for the French. But I said, BS. I'm going to fight to make sure that we do not lose Santa Fe County EMS. The town of Edgewood cannot afford to start its own system. It's impossible. You can't get money from the state and federal government for being stupid. And that's what it is. This was a dumb mistake that the officials made, commissioners, excluding myself, because my vote was only one of 5. So I am here to ask that all of you guys go back to the table. Commissioner Bustamante and myself, we worked very hard to keep a good relationship between Santa Fe County and the town of Edgewood, and I will not give that up. I've been with the CRC here in Santa Fe County. I've been with the Board of Education, so I'm very much aware of what government and how it operates. Unfortunately, we have people in the town commissioners that have never been involved in government and do not understand how it works. I apologize for that, but they were elected. There's nothing that I can do personally about that other than start a revolt, if that's a good way to use. But it has to change. We need you just as bad as you guys need us. We probably need, in fact, I know We need you more than what you need us. But please, please don't leave us. Come back to the table. If you want private citizens in negotiations with you guys, I'm there. I will help. I'll bring a little bit of common sense. I understand very much so how it operates. I know how it works. And I know damn well that we need to pay our bills. Getting a 10 rating is not good. So I thank you guys for listening, and thank you for giving me a little bit of lapse time in here. But I will continue to work with Santa Fe County in any fashion, in any way you guys wish for me to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner, and your heart's doing great. Thanks for throwing it all into it. Thank you. Is there anybody else who wants to address the Edgewood issue? I'm going to go switch to online people for Edgewood for a second, and then we'll circle back to other topics.
Mr. Chair, we have 4 people online. Our first speaker is Lori.
Lori, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes. Did I say 2? Sorry, 2. Sorry, my apologies.
Lori, please unmute your microphone.
Thank you. Lori, we'll come back to you if you, you've unmuted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm here now.
Excellent. Go ahead.
Hi. Yes, I do live in Edgewood and have for over 30 years. My husband was born and raised here. We used to have volunteer firefighters, and that was also scary. We appreciate our fire servicemen, and we do not want to lose them. I will be at the 5 o'clock meeting also, and I hope that maybe if we can make an immediate payment and our commissioners will come around, that we hope you will reinstate the JPA and allow us to continue our services. It is a very scary, it is fire season, and even the unincorporated areas are at risk. Although you claim they'll still be covered, the nearest fire station is miles away. And I don't know that even the unincorporated people are safe, or their house could be burnt down by the time you get here. We don't, the residents are scared. We're in danger. Our insurances will be canceled or will be unaffordable. We hope you will continue the services that we have appreciated all these years. And we hope that you will come to the table, and we hope that our commissioners will have some common sense and will also come to the table, because this is unacceptable for our town and for our people that need the services. You know, we don't know what we're going to do without them. There's no other solution than to have you guys reinstated and have our fire services continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anybody else for Edgewood topic?
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Mary Cockburn.
Mary, please unmute yourself, and you've got 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Mary Coburn, and I'm a resident of the town of Edgewood. I'm here to express my deep concern regarding the dissolution of the Joint Powers Agreement between Edgewood and Santa Fe County. Now, from the information that has been shared with public, it appears there has been significant miscommunication regarding how Edgewood's payments for this service was to be calculated. It's deeply troubling that requests for clarification by the town of Edgewood with the Santa Fe County manager did not appear to receive in a constructive manner, and that this breakdown in communication has been led now to the dissolution of this JPA. The most concerning part of the situation is that the residents of Edgewood are now facing the possibility of having no coverage as of July 1st. At this time, no clear solution has been presented by the town of Edgewood. This leaves our community uncertain, vulnerable, and rightfully concerned about what happens next. In addition, homeowners insurance for residents are at risk to be canceled and property values will go down. As elected officials, I urge that you take immediate action by meeting with Edgewood commissioners to negotiate a new JPA. This new agreement must be written with clear and precise language, especially in regards to how payments for services are calculated, so there is no room for future misunderstandings. I strongly also request that before any new agreement is signed, it be brought before the residents of Edgewood in a public meeting. The people of this community deserve the opportunity to review the terms, ask questions, and voice their concerns. If revisions are needed based on the public input, those revisions should be made before any final approval. The residents of Edgewood deserve transparency, accountability, and a timely resolution to ensure that our town is not left without essential coverage and protection. Thank you for your time and attention to this matter.
Thank you, Mary. Next on the subject of Edgewood,
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Chris Michels.
Mr. Michels, if this is about Edgewood, that's please keep it on topic, and if not, can you wait?
This is not about Edgewood.
Can you hold your comments for a couple minutes so we can keep all the Edgewood topics consoled?
I actually think you've done Edgewood quite enough, but I can.
Thank you. Well, it's a pretty urgent issue of life and death for some people, so we appreciate your patience.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is John Abrams.
John, please go ahead. You've got 2 minutes. Unmute yourself, please.
Mr. Chair, Mr. County Manager, Board, my name's John Abrams. I'm a 3-term member of the former Edgewood Town Council and former mayor. I do not know how we got to this position. And honestly, at this point, because we are where we are, I don't care anymore. What I do care about is that we come back to the table, we renegotiate what needs to be negotiated, and finalize a new agreement. That is the only opportunity we have in the next 60 days, give or take a few, to resolve this issue and continue the current excellent service of our fire department and Station 70's operations in Edgewood. Without that, we are going to be 4 days away from the 250th celebration of the founding of the country. And even though you have passed bans on fireworks and that sort of thing, things can happen. I am terribly concerned that there will be a disaster shortly after the 1st of July that might be catastrophic. I urge you to come back to the table. I urge the town commission to go back to the table. I can be available. I will be more than happy to sit at the negotiations. I am aware of the JPA. A little history, the JPA was originally put together in 2000 and rewritten in 2005. So it's been the first and paramount thing that the town of Edgewood did shortly after incorporation is to approach Santa Fe County and finalize a JPA for fire safety. It is of paramount importance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for your comments and your service. Is that everything, everybody for Edgewood?
Mr. Chair, it appears that that is the case.
Excellent. Anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak to Edgewood issues? To the folks that joined us, thank you for your time on this, and to the firefighters here, we appreciate your service, and I know that the town of Edgewood appreciates your service, and I hope we can find a resolution to this. Thank you so much, and please send our regards to the town council in Edgewood, everybody. We're happy to work with them. Next, Folks in the chambers that would like to speak to any matter of public concern, 2 minutes on any topic. Please, Commissioner Hanson. Welcome back.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. It's good to see you all. I'm here for a number of reasons. Since I haven't been here for over a year and 4 months, I want to support the Earth Day Proclamation, the Proclamation proclaiming International Dark Sky, the joint resolution to meet with the city. The last time you met with the city was in 2017 when I was a commissioner, and Javier Gonzalez was mayor. So it's way overdue. I also support the joint resolution directing staff to bring forward settlement agreement of the annexation phasing agreement to Area 1B. Thank you for introducing this. It's incredibly important to move forward. So thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone and Johnson, for working on that. So mostly I support all of them, but as you all know, I am a member of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, along with Commissioner Bustamante used to be a member of that organization, and Commissioner Kakari-Stone is our vice president this year. But protecting the Caja del Rio is one of the very important things that the heritage area cares about. And so we want to stand in support of the resolution of federal legislation to establish the Caja del Rio Protection Act. I'm sure some of you read my view in the paper a couple Sundays ago. So please pass that resolution. Please help us protect the Caja del Rio. It is such an important sacred landscape for so many people in this area. And I want to thank you for your time and thank you for your good work on the commission. And I'll see you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner. We look forward to seeing you again. And I must say, there's a lot of things on the agenda that you've set in motion over the years. So it's nice to have you back.
Yeah, it's too many things to care about, but thank you.
Thank you. Cheers.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Gorham. I'm the Executive Director of Mesilla Valley Regional Dispatch Authority, which is the 911 center down in Doña Ana County. I'm here just to support the proclamation you have today, recognizing public safety telecommunicators throughout the state. I am part of the 911 Directors Affiliate, and we are working diligently to reclassify our teams as public safety and as first responders. Your step today in recognizing the work that our fine employees do to provide emergency services to our public is a step in the right direction, and I thank you very much for your support today.
Thank you for coming up here. Come on up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Commissioner Greene, Commission. My name is Sergio Mata Cisneros, and I am a Santa Fe County resident, but here I am in my official capacity as a representative of the Public Service Company of New Mexico, PNM. And I just have a quick few comments. PNM has been focused and will continue to be focused on serving our customers for safe, clean, and reliable energy. We believe the investment and the partnership with Blackstone Infrastructure will provide PNM the capital it needs to modernize its existing infrastructure. As you know, our infrastructure in Santa Fe is one of our oldest in our system, and it will also help us accelerate to reach 100% clean renewable way ahead of the Energy Transition Act. Right now, we stand at 80%, just in last year, carbon-free of the energy that we're providing our customers. Rates will continue to be set by the New Mexico PRC, and PNM will remain a company headquartered in New Mexico and led by local management. As the commission considers the proposed letter later in the agenda opposing the acquisition, we respectfully encourage you to reconsider your position and meet with PNM and Blackstone representatives. We value the relationship we have with the county, and we want to clarify facts surrounding the acquisition and the benefits of this acquisition for Santa Fe County residents and businesses. Thank you for your consideration, and we hope you reconsider your position and meet with PNM and Blackstone regarding the acquisition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the chambers that would like to speak from matters of public comment? Seeing none, it is time for the folks online, please.
Mr. Chair, we have Chris Michels.
Thank you, Mr. Michels. Thank you for your patience. Unmute yourself, please. Unmute yourself. You're still muted. There you go.
Yes, the first thing I'd like to say is you have just done what you just violated the rules of order once again. The whole reason for nailing the public comment period down early in the meeting was so this public wouldn't have to go through what we just got put through. That we'd have to wait an hour for people to come in and sort of grab the mic. And it was not, if you want to have the Edgewood people or people like that come in and grab the mic, please let them have that special concern after public concern issues. And also they should bring their issues to you through a special meeting or an agenda item, but instead they just grab in. They walk in very rudely and just push everybody aside, and you let them. That's a total violation of rules of order. You should consider it. The other thing you have, which is current, is this meeting isn't a violation of the Open Meetings Act for many reasons, but especially because the panel in the ad building, which should be displaying the agenda, doesn't, because it's still tied to the old system, and your new system, which was installed this week, doesn't reflect that panel. So that panel is required as part of the OMA resolution and is not active to display the agendas. So it's an outright OMA violation and should be treated as such. So either get rid of that panel from the OMA resolution or get the thing updated. The other thing you have is that you're in violation of is you haven't produced the March 31st minutes. That's another violation. You're required under OMA to produce those minutes in 2 weeks. You don't. You've got 3 OMA violations and the violation of rules of order. You show no consideration for people who are actually trying to address your operation. Please, can't you please meet your obligations and follow the laws? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Michels. All right. Anybody else online? No. I want to thank everybody for their time and energy in this. I appreciate all of the comments, and I'm sure all of us do up here. Moving on to the consent agenda, we have 4 items on the consent agenda. Does anybody want to remove anything from there?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
All right.
Second.
We have a motion. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Kokari-Stone. We got a motion from Commissioner Johnson and a second from Commissioner Bustamante over here. All in favor say aye.
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 Excellent. Any opposed? Hearing none, we have 4 items. What are the resolution numbers?
Mr. Chair, item 3A is 2026-046. 3B is 2026-047. And that is it for resolutions.
There we go. Thank you very much. Excellent. We've got a lot of consideration of Commissioner proclamations, resolutions, recognitions, and other items. So moving on to item A, a resolution recognizing public safety telecommunicators. You can see I'm not a very good communicator. Telecommunicators as first responders and as critical infrastructure within the public safety framework, recognizing April 12th to April 18th, 2026 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in Santa Fe County. Commissioner Kokari-Stone and Commissioner Bustamante. And,
We'll let him start,
Director
if you don't
Ludeman.
mind.
Yes, absolutely.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Greene, I'm happy to be here to support this resolution on behalf of the RACC staff who fortunately have one dispatcher here today, but they're all working hard and getting ready for the night shift tonight. And I'd like to thank Jennifer Gorham from Mesilla Valley for being here as well. So we strongly support this resolution. In my 20 years of service in public safety telecommunications, this is something that we've been striving to be recognized for across the country. And it is a tough job. We carry a lot of vicarious trauma and work hand in hand with the first responders that are actually on scene, but we're the first ones to hear the cries for help. So thank you for your support.
Thank you very much. And you'll be here for supporting comments in the commissioner's
Absolutely.
resolution. Thank you. Commissioner, do you want to take
Sure. Commissioner Kakari-Stone, did you want to speak first?
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Thank you, Chair Greene. First, I'd just like to recognize, thank you for coming to support Roberto Lujan and Jennifer Gorin. We appreciate your presence today. Today, we recognize our dedicated public safety telecommunicators who serve as the first point of contact in emergencies and are the calming voice reassuring people in the moment of crisis. Our residents of Santa Fe County. Our first responders gather critical information, they assess danger, they dispatch resources, and help guide emergency response before anyone arrives on scene. Their work requires skill, focus, professionalism, and calmness during a time of stress. They also provide compassion and reassurance to people experiencing trauma, fear, and uncertainty. This resolution affirms that public safety telecommunicators are essential to Santa Fe's public safety system, and they certainly deserve recognition as our first responders. I stand in support of this, and I defer to Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair Greene. I have to say that I was completely honored for the opportunity to be able to sponsor this particular resolution, understanding that the calls that you all get can range from anything as as small as my cat is missing and I'm not sure where to begin looking, to something that is of grave danger or something horrific. And you mentioned the vicarious PTSD and hearing those situations. But to thank this group and to thank the people who are prepared and sit through this type of work is something that has to happen more regularly, because this is the group of responders that are unseen, right, behind the work that needs to get done, and prepares the conversation to the responders who will physically be there in a manner that lets them know what they need to be prepared for. That being said, I also have a personal experience with the very early days before we had online, the phone. You could walk away with your phone from the wall and call 911. There was no cable any longer. It was so technically amazing, but at that time, the calls would go someplace else. And it can mean the matter of, and it happens now, but it happens quickly, it gets back, and it does not mean the difference of what I experienced in 89, when my neighbor's home was on fire. And because at that time it went someplace else, getting it back was not done, and the house was completely burned. Today, the people who are working these efforts assure quickness and potentially save someone's residence, if not lives. So I want to thank you and thank the opportunity to support this and sponsor this resolution, recognizing your all's very good work. And to that regard, if there are any other comments, I'd like to hear from our commissioners.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes? Okay, Commissioner Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I couldn't have said it better than Commissioner Kakari-Stone or Commissioner Bustamante. Your work is essential, and it's really important that we recognize this. And I wanted to make one note, tiny correction. In the second whereas, there's a redundant first, which we might as well strike just to have, unless I'm misreading that. Second whereas, public safety telecommunications serve as the first responder. You are the first.
Yes.
But
Initial,
It's
maybe it should be.
initial?
It could be the initial first responder, but
Okay.
it was in recognition.
I wanted to just clarify that for my own, begrudging.
We're amenable.
This is what happens when you've gone to school for 12 years. Thank you so much. This is, you all do critical work and you serve. I mean, we often don't get the opportunity to thank you, but I want to thank you and your colleague in the back and all of your colleagues who are at work.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the stuff you do, and I particularly have a personal experience that I'm very grateful for. So it's very important that we recognize all the people who work in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I too want to thank you. You guys run a great shop over there. I want to recommend that people understand the nature that you guys deal with 911 being emergency, and that there is a non-emergency number that allows emergency calls to sort of be ranked and triaged a little better. I think you guys are so well trained. It is really impressive, and I thank you for your service, and please thank your whole team for us.
Thank you, I will. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
If that's it, Chair Greene, may I make a motion?
Please.
Yes, make a motion, we pass and accept the resolution recognizing public safety telecommunicators as first responders and as critical infrastructure within the public safety framework, recognizing April 12th through the 18th as National Public Safety Telecommunicators Week in Santa Fe County.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Kokari-Stone and a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. Congratulations. Thank you for everything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2026-048.
Thank you very much. Moving on to item B, request approval of a proclamation proclaiming April 22nd as Earth Day. Commissioner Adam Johnson and my very self, Justin Greene. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for inviting me to work on this resolution with you. So Earth Day began in 1970. It was an act of civic will, a declaration that the environment is not separate from justice, from health, or from communities. This resolution affirms that every person, regardless of income, race, or background, really all of the people that we represent, every single one of them has a right to a healthy environment. And it's not just a sentiment, it's something that we try to hold as a standard for ourselves. So this Earth Day has been recognized every day since then. And as political tides change back and forth, it becomes important just to remind ourselves why we do this. It was a particularly inspiring moment, as I understand, as I wasn't alive in 1970. But my dad was one of the first participants, was a participant in this first Earth Day, and it really instilled in him this political need for environmental work. So he passed that down to me. I want to thank him for that. I also want to invite the community to the event this Saturday, April 25th, that the county is partnering with the city of Santa Fe, with the Rail Yard Conservancy, and with 20 other community organizations at the Rail Yard Park from 10 to 2, excuse me. So Saturday, April 25th, 10 to 2. The theme is encouraging the ecotone. Life is richer in the overlaps. So please, everyone, come out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other commissioners? Go ahead, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I'd just like to mention that I was alive for the first Earth Day, and I expected us to make a lot more progress between then and now. So we have a lot of work to do, but I'm glad we celebrate Earth Day, and we just have a lot to do for our environment. Thank you.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Hughes, for, as you say, you remember that one. I remember the times as well. And what's interesting about this particular Earth Day is it's happening right around, when you think about 1970 and what we were doing, and we had, just sent some people to the moon, and we were in a war that we didn't want, and we had a president that was not trustworthy. There are so many things that unfortunately haven't changed since that time. And I thought that this whole ecology movement at that time was going to assure future generations, which are now those who were myself and younger, but as we grew into this world, that we'd realize that we rely on this earth for our survival, that we need to eat, breathe, and drink the water, etc. So I'm grateful to have seen today's Earth Day proclamation and hope that the future doesn't reflect or look as much like the past as it does today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Greene and Commissioner Johnson for bringing this forward. I just want to add the recognition that this is just not a one-day event, but is a continuous responsibility to protect and to live with and respect our Mother Earth, La Tierra Sagrada. From an indigenous perspective, we all have the responsibility for our two-leggeds as well as our four-leggeds, our winged, creepy crawlers. These are important indigenous concepts of interconnectedness, that the earth is just not is just not a resource, but she's in relationship to us and us to her. And I just want to put a moment of spiritual depth around the significance of this continuous responsibility in Santa Fe County. And I'll be celebrating, we do cleanup in Las Acequias Park in the south side. Last year, Senator Trujillo, who's my neighbor, we were cleaning up together. Also, the Caja del Rio is having a cleanup next week. And folks are invited to come on out to clean up the Caja. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari-Stone. For my part, I want to thank Commissioner Johnson for collaborating and allowing me to collaborate on this with him. Earth Day is important. I was alive. I was barely alive. And as my mother once told me, we celebrated in Central Park on that first Earth Day with the first Earth Day celebrations. And although I don't remember it, I guess I was there. But I do honor it, and I like to try to think that that Santa Fe is trying to be as progressive and as Earth Day focused as we can be. And there are aspects of what we're going to do in the next item and some of the next items further down the line that are important to the Earth Day promise. And I look forward to discussing some of these throughout the year until the next Earth Day. And I look forward to seeing people out at the Rail Yard Park this weekend. I also want to acknowledge that we have Jacqueline Beam, our Sustainability Director here, who keeps us on the straight and narrow and makes sure that Santa Fe County is the champion and all that we can be here. So thank you, Jacqueline, for being here and for all the work that you do all Earth Days and beyond, in between. As such, I will make a motion to approve the proclamation proclaiming April 22nd as 2026 as Earth Day.
Second.
Motion from myself and a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Commissioner Kokari-Stone, I don't hear
Aye.
you. Thank you. And any opposed? Hearing none, we have a proclamation. Happy Earth Day, everybody. Moving on to item C, we have a request for approval of a proclamation proclaiming April 13th to the 20th, 2026 as International Dark Sky Week. Commissioner Adam Johnson and Commissioner Hank Hughes. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you to Commissioner Hughes, with whom I collaborated on this. I wanted to acknowledge Nicholas Knorr, and if it's the pleasure of the chair, I'd like to invite him to say a few words.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. Knorr. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
And bring that microphone up. You're
It's
pretty
mobile,
tall.
so you don't have to bend down. It'll come to you.
There you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Well, I'm glad we're celebrating both the earth and the sky today. But I want to thank the Board of Commissioners and especially Commissioners Johnson and Hughes for sponsoring this particular resolution, which honors International Dark Sky Week, which began yesterday on the 13th and runs until the 20th. Its purpose is really to celebrate the night for the benefits of culture, of science, of wildlife, of health. I'm speaking as a citizen of the county, but also as a member of Dark Sky New Mexico, which is our state chapter of Dark Sky International, which is the leading organization seeking to protect the night. And it's not just the sky, it's the night here at Earth as well. That's important to flora and to fauna and to human health. Really our mission is to, in various ways, promote responsible lighting. We recognize the need for human lighting at night, for all kinds of activities and for safety. What we really want to see is responsible lighting, which prevents lighting escaping and really creating the light pollution which is above so many of our cities. So it really says lighting should be useful, targeted, low-level, controlled, and warm. And these are the same principles that the lighting engineers of the Illuminating Engineering Society also recommend. They will provide us the light we need, but they will also protect the night for all the purposes I mentioned before. And lastly, I just want to mention there's an event here at the community college in relationship to this week. On Friday, the 17th, there will be a presentation by an astrophotographer, and there will also be telescopes open so people can take a look at the night sky themselves. Thanks once again for considering this resolution.
Thank you very much. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Knorr, and thank you to the stargazers for their advocacy and for sharing their passion with the public. Appreciate it. I think Commissioner Hughes would like to say a few words, and I'll close it out. And obviously invite our fellow commissioners to comment if they'd like.
Yeah, well, I'm glad this is International Dark Skies Week, and I just was thinking, I really appreciate when I go outside at night, for example, to take my trash can down to the curb. I can look up and see the Milky Way. But it's not quite as clear as it used to be. And so we need to do even better on our dark skies resolution, statewide and in the county, to really protect our dark skies. And of course, dark skies are very valuable to stargazers, which I am occasional one, but there are some people who are really into it. And I noticed the fact that there's a waste of natural resources with light pollution amounting to $3 billion a year in wasted energy. So we have a lot of work to do, but I'm glad we're celebrating Dark Skies Week.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Oh, just to piggyback on what Commissioner Hughes said, and thank you for your comments. I agree. I think this is an important proclamation that can get the ball rolling. We often, I'm sure all of us receive complaints from residents. Santa Fe County is rural, but it is the majority of our citizens, our constituents are around the city of Santa Fe. Occasionally I'll get complaints about, the car lots or the strips of light in town. And I think that this is something that we can peck away at going forward. As Commissioner Hughes said, I can see the Milky Way from my house, and I live 3 miles from town. So we need to preserve that. We live in a special place, and this is an incredible opportunity for us, but we need to preserve it. So I appreciate the stargazers for their advocacy once again, and thank you. Happy Dark Skies Week.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, I want to thank you both for bringing this to the commission and assuring that our dark skies are protected. I echo everything that you say, and it's beautiful to be able to walk out in the dark and see into the vast sky. So thank you both very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Kakari Stone.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Hughes. I just want to recognize the significance of dark skies to the survival of many species who migrate during the evening and rely on those dark skies, including our colibris who are flying north at this time, our hummingbirds and turtles. But I also want to recognize that inequality in light pollution as it affects communities of color and communities in urban areas other communities who cannot afford to live in homeowner associations or private gated communities where dark skies are required and there's codes. So may we consider in Santa Fe County next year putting together dark skies parks evening in our urban areas of Santa Fe, even my own neighborhood. I'd be willing to sponsor that. And also want to recognize the scientists, our indigenous scientists who NASA still consults with. I know some Dene scientists who have been consulting with NASA for 20, 30 years because of their indigenous knowledge systems around our solar system and what they teach us about living in this world today in the universe. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari Stone. For my part, thank you, Commissioner Hughes and Commissioner Johnson for leading the charge on this. This is another case, just like the Earth Day aspect. This isn't just a week. This is something we should be enjoying all year round. And to the points of Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Kokari Stone, I think this should be added to our review of the SLDC and how we can create regulations not only for individual homes, but for all of our commercial development, things on timers, things that are shielded, things that are whatever the best practices are. Find a way to make sure that we maintain our dark skies, because that's one of the very special things about Santa Fe and Santa Fe County. So I'm in support of this measure and the ways that we can implement this into our code over the course of this year.
Chair Greene? Thank you. And I agree that adding additional protections to the SLDC at the appropriate moment is something that we should absolutely keep front of mind. With that, I'd like to request approval of a proclamation proclaiming April 13th through 20th, 2026 as International Dark Sky Week.
And I second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
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 Excellent. And any opposed? Hearing none, we have another proclamation. Turn out your lights, everybody. Moving on to a joint resolution recognizing the value of periodic joint meetings between Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe and establishing a framework for conducting those meetings. Commissioner Kokari Stone, thank you for your leadership on this.
Yes. Saludos and greetings, commissioners, and to the public. RBCC discussed this. It was introduced at our last meeting. I thank you, commissioners, for your feedback. Commissioner Bustamante, your recommendation was included as a modification. It went to the city council. And we also included a recommendation from Councilor Cassett to look at affordable housing. Her and I have been discussing this, so we hope that that'll be one of the working groups. This resolution supports strengthening how we work together with intergovernmental cooperation in the best interest of our communities who don't live in silos, but they're where they live, work, and play. Wildfire, infrastructure, housing, roads, homelessness, housing, and all that they're impacted by. Good governance requires us to partner with the city. I was so pleased with Mayor Garcia. I put a shout out to him. He and I met in December after his election to start talking about this. And as Commissioner Hansen mentioned, this isn't a new idea. Many of you have been talking about this prior to me coming on. So I thank you for your ongoing efforts and your support of this. I do want to clarify that this is only to set up and deepen our relationships and formalize working groups to take action, not meetings to have meetings, and that we bring expertise to the table. It does not necessarily require that you meet or use this forum or this venue to do the work that you're doing. It's not a precursor, and I just want to emphasize that. There will be a need once this is approved to work with the city council and RBCC to assess the priorities and to look at those top priorities that we all have rated or ranked. And we would start with the will of both governing bodies. So thank you for your support, and I open it for any other comments.
Commissioners, I hear quiet. I do want to say or did you have anything here? Yeah, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you to Commissioner Kakari-Stone. Thank you, Chair Greene, for recognizing me. Thank you to Commissioner Kakari-Stone for really getting the ball rolling on this early after the new administration took office. I think that this is an excellent idea and long overdue. I heartily support it, and I think that as so long as we approach topics in coordination that are clearly defined and sort of with roadmaps, or at least potential roadmaps laid out, we will have good success working with our colleagues at the city. And I also want to acknowledge that the working relationships between staffs and the respective departments, I hope that they are improved by this, that there is sort of new ideas flowing back and forth, and that this enables a spirit of collaboration that for too long has perhaps been fractured. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Bustamante.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. And this is very important, and especially one thing that's a bit of a no-brainer is that there are certain things between the city and the county, especially environmental factors, that have separate authorities and work separately. My one modification to the proposal was that it didn't have to follow exactly the specific framework, but at least it's bringing it to the table. I mean, I'm saying the framework will be appropriate probably most of the time, but to bring it to a resolution recognizing that there are a lot of things that are beyond the governmental lines, and that the intrinsic value of those things that we all share is something that we should all work on together. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I support this, and I'm particularly grateful for the things it listed we're going to work on, including services for the unhoused and justice-involved constituents, permanent supportive housing development, regional housing strategy, creation of a utility authority pursuant to the Regional Water System Resiliency Act, and wildfire mitigation. Those are all very important things, and we should work on them together, obviously.
Great. And I do stand in support of this. This is something that I've been championing for a couple years now. I do want us to get the ball rolling and recognize that this is an evolutionary process of rebuilding the relationship and making progress and moving on to new topics as we discover them. So the only way to get this started is to get it started. So this is a great starting point. I look forward to the meetings really in 2 months, right? I mean, we could be doing our first meeting in June, so that's pretty exciting. Yeah, very excited to get this started. I do want to mention, although it's not the number one priority, but I do want to get our planning commissions and our planning departments to have joint meetings as well, so that we can build that relationship at another level as well. But besides that, thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. Congratulations for getting this as started over at the city, and we'll get it passed here.
Thank you, Chair Greene. Well, I just want to say I'm just really thrilled. I think I feel so lucky and fortunate to be serving on the commission at a time when all of you are serving. I have seen so much leadership, and this resolution really supports co-leadership. You know, often the paper emphasizes, well, this commissioner did that, the mayor did this, a councilor did that, but really we do it together. And so I'm honored to have your support. I only put it together, did the groundwork, and now we're ready to roll. And based on that, I make a motion to approve a joint resolution recognizing the value of periodic joint meetings between Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe and establishing our framework for conducting those meetings.
And I'll second that. Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Kokari Stone and a second by myself. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, we have a resolution, maybe a joint resolution soon. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2026-049.
049. Let's make some history. Excellent. So moving on to item E, a resolution directing staff to bring forward an amendment to the settlement and annexation phasing agreements to terminate Phase 3 annexation, to waive the city's right to challenge Santa Fe County's governing body designation of a traditional historic community of Agua Fria, and to convene with Santa Fe County the extraterritorial land use authority to make any necessary extraterritorial land use ordinance changes to effectuate the city and county decision to terminate Phase 3 annexation. Commissioners Kokari Stone and Johnson.
Thank you. Commissioner Johnson, if it's okay, I'll say opening remarks, and I certainly appreciate your very wise insights regarding the process we've had.
Please go ahead.
I just want to, yes, thank you. I just want to recognize all of our staff with Santa Fe County and the city, particularly our constituent engagement liaisons on both sides, county management and city management, as well as the legal counsel, because without them, we wouldn't have been able to put something together so quickly. Certainly your experience and your wisdom regarding how we make this work. Now it's time to move forward, and Area 1B and annexation has been sort of festering, and we wanted to know, I want the public to know, particularly Area 1B, that we have listened to you. This has been longstanding, and has been a place of uncertainty. It's what you've called being in democratic limbo, Area 1B residents. You've shown great leadership in making sure your voice stays at the table, and you've had great tenacity and patience, more beyond what any person living in the county or the city should have to endure. This basically terminates the Phase 3 of annexation for Area 1B. It directs amendments to the city to waive its rights to challenge the county, us, to designate Area 1B as part of the traditional historic community-related village. It gives us an option at a later date. It reconvenes the extraterritorial land use authority to make any needed land use changes, and it preserves the rights of eligible property owners outside of the traditional historic village to petition to be annexed in the future. This would require city approval. I think it's time, cooperative, ego-free, and collaborative goodwill has really been shown in this process. I want to highlight in the packet, you have the PowerPoint for the March 19th forum that we had, as well as the summary of the feedback. We did breakout groups. We had about 80 participants on March 19th at the Food Depot, and they discussed the two options before them. We did not consider the option of no action to be doable or even reasonable. I want to recognize Councilor Fagali and Councilor Castro, as well as Mayor Garcia. The working group of the two councilors and us two commissioners was very, I would say, easy in a way, because sometimes what's before you is because the timing's right, and to respect the community, taking action should be easy. It shouldn't be so difficult. It shouldn't be so challenging. And there was good thinking that went into it. And I want to thank Mayor Garcia as well, because he and I met early on to discuss this as a priority for District 2. So with that, I'll leave it to Commissioner Johnson, but the community did favor what's before us. It was an overall favorable option that they decided on March 19th. The carve out seemed more complicated to them, and different times has different reactions from community members. And I thank you for your support, commissioners.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone. I want to acknowledge your leadership on this issue and the co-leadership among the working group overall. It was a great beta test of the city-county collaboration that was foreshadowed in the previous resolution, and I want to emphasize to my colleagues on the commission, because only two of us could work on it, that we really did, in coordination with our team at the city, weigh different options, move back and forth, play out different scenarios, and the consequences of making a choice. And when it comes down to it, where we landed, or at least speaking for myself, where I landed, is that clarity in the jurisdiction in which you reside as a resident of 1B is essential. We can't keep kicking the can down the road, waiting for a settlement agreement to expire. We need to make it clear to the residents that we support them and that we hear their concerns over this matter. So after, as Commissioner Kakari Stone really laid out in detail, we came to this conclusion, and I want to thank the constituents of Area 1B for their patience and their advocacy. I think overall this is the best option for all parties, regardless of their prior positions, because it leaves open the path for the traditional historic village to grow, and at the same time maintains the right for certain property owners for annexation in the future. They can petition that, as soon as we get this signed and packed away. So happy to answer. I think Commissioner Kakari and I would be happy to answer any questions you might have. We've been at this for a while, but I want to thank the commission and the staff especially for supporting on this. County Manager Schaefer was extremely helpful, as was the county attorney, our liaisons, and our growth management staff. So thank you very much.
Great.
Commissioner Bustamante, do you have any comments?
This is well overdue, and I'm really happy to see that we are in a place that the politics of the conversations with different administration has made it possible to meet the needs and requests of the people. I know that the effort was made on the county side, but we have a new world, and we're a new world order here in Santa Fe and Santa Fe County, and I'm grateful for both of your work in the interest of the constituents, for sure.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, this is a very good agreement, and certainly reflects all the work you did this year, and the work we did over the years. Commissioner Hanson, when she was commissioner, worked very hard on this, and I'm glad we were able to come to a satisfactory conclusion.
Thank you. I do have about 4 questions maybe. One, it was mentioned about an opt-in for the city, and then similarly, is there an opt-in for joining the ability for people to join the traditional village?
Do you want to take that, Commissioner Kakari, or shall I?
Yes, I'll say what I understand. Thank you for the question, Chair Greene. Please add, Commissioner Johnson. Once we drop the annexation, the door to walk through is the Area 1B is able to come back and say to the request they had for us, the petition, to be part of the traditional village, and that would happen as soon as they're ready to do so. I think doing opt-in, opt-outs, that would be a little bit more complicated. So I think this really reflects what the community asked for. We didn't hear that as an additional request. And I want to emphasize, while there is no wrong door of the two options, there's also no perfect door. But this is the door we walk through in the next step. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then in terms of the stuff that was on the table for the improvements to West Alameda and to the fire station. Are those resolved, or do we just walk away from those?
I'll defer to Commissioner Kakari-Stone on this one and the county management.
I think.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I
thank
didn't
you, County
interrupt you.
Manager. Please, County Manager, go. I think that's important for you to respond.
Thank you, Chair Greene and Commissioner and Commissioners. Those issues are not resolved by this resolution. So the approach is ultimately taken by the Area 1B working group and at the direction of the governing bodies was to focus on this particular topic and leave those other outstanding issues, outstanding. Is the way I understood the governing bodies agreed to proceed.
Okay, fair enough.
Thank you, and thank you, County Manager Schaefer and Chair Greene. I want to emphasize that there were so many things that we yet to tackle in a cooperative agreement with the city in behalf of Area 1B and the traditional village. But if you try to blend them all together, we will still be at this until 2027. So I think out of respect for the community, we need to take this incremental step and then move towards planning of other unresolved issues or priorities of our residents. So thank you for that question.
Thank you. Yeah, I just had some questions out there, but take it away, you all.
I think that was aptly captured by the county manager, but I'm happy to answer any other questions, provided I know the answer.
Commissioner Kakari-Stone, this is your district. Please do the honors. Or not. I think we're ready for a motion.
My mic went off. Thank you so much. I'm there. Appreciate all of your support, and for those of you who have been tenacious prior to Commissioner Johnson and I coming on, thank you as well, particularly to the city, and thank you, Area 1B. I'd like to make a motion to approve the joint resolution.
If I could, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this was
sorry.
actually specifically listed as a non-action item because the city's process is going,
yes.
and so again,
Okay.
that way, if it came back from the city, the board could consider that before having addressed it, but we also wanted to give the board an opportunity to provide feedback, as it did with the joint meeting resolution, so that that could be offered to the city as it went through its process.
Great. Thank you for clarifying that. Sorry, I
Thank
missed
you.
that. My apologies.
I missed it too. No, it's Chair Greene. It's also on me. Let me just clarify. It's going to come back to you, our BCC colleagues, on April 28th, and it'll go back to the city. The city is introducing it at the same time, and then they're going to vote on it the 29th. So if there are any final comments that you want to make, this is really important that we include that and consider it at this point.
Great. I think we're good. I was just so excited for the members, the residents of Area 1B that I wanted to get this through. So, okay.
I agree.
I don't see any other comments here. I want to thank everybody for all of this. It is now 3:48. We are a little past our typical break time, and I think we can probably all take a 12-minute bathroom and stretch break. We will come back at 4 p.m., please. Thank you very much. We have some folks from the federal delegation who have very strategic parenting obligations today, and we would like to allow them to move some stuff forward. So we are going to move on to item H, a resolution supporting federal legislation to establish the Caja del Rio Protection Act. Commissioners Bustamante and Kakari Stone. And we have Mike Sullivan and Matt Miller and Olivia Romo from our federal delegation here. And take it away, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I said my name is Mike Sullivan. I'm a senior advisor to Senator Heinrich, and I'm very excited and honored to be here with you today to ask for your support for the Caja del Rio Protection Act. For more than a decade, there have been numerous efforts to protect the Caja, an area that I don't need to tell you is one of tremendous ecological, cultural, historical, and spiritual value to the community. These efforts have taken many different forms, ranging from community cleanups and volunteer cultural resource monitoring to full-fledged campaigns to add administrative protections to these public lands. All of these efforts, which we are appreciative of, have led to a very broad and strong coalition of partners that have come together, united in the idea that the Caja is a special place that is deserving of permanent protection. This commission itself has recognized this many times and communicated this community need clearly and consistently to the New Mexico congressional delegation. And I want to thank you for that push. For the past year, we have been working with and listening to tribes, traditional historical communities, land grants, ranchers, faith leaders, and conservation organizations to find areas of agreement on what to do with the Caja del Rio. The Caja del Rio Protection Act is the product of that community process. And I'm extremely grateful to the community members, some of which who are with us here today, that informed and really shaped this legislation. We're also very grateful to the city and county staff that have worked on us with this bill, including the provisions to protect and ensure the long-term viability of the Buckman direct diversion. The legislation itself establishes two new protected areas near Santa Fe: the Caja del Rio Special Management Area on U.S. Forest Service land, and the Caja del Rio National Conservation Area on BLM land. The goals of this are to conserve and permanently protect the landscape's cultural, ecological, and spiritual values. Specifically, the bill would protect public lands from sale or privatization. It would prohibit new roads, new mines, and rights-of-way, ensuring the EPQ line will be the last to cross the Caja del Rio Plateau. It requires management coordination and consultation with pueblos and traditional historic communities. It preserves traditional uses such as urban mineral gathering, hunting, and grazing. And finally, it protects confidential indigenous knowledge and sacred site locations from disclosure under the Freedom of Information Act. We appreciate the support and guidance through this process, especially Commissioners Bustamante, Kakari Stone, and Greene, who provided excellent advice at the outset of this process and really gave us the confidence to push forward with a difficult task. Senator Heinrich would like to introduce this legislation in the coming weeks in the Senate, and Congresswoman Teresa Ledger Fernandez is looking to do the same in the House. We would truly appreciate your blessing in this endeavor.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Sullivan, Mike Sullivan. I too want to recognize the people in this room who, over a year, for a little while now, have been really working on getting protection for the Caja del Rio. If we didn't acknowledge the work of New Mexico Wild, specifically Garrett Van Clausen, we have if we have any recognition of the resolutions that have been done in the past, resolutions, letters, all of those that have come forth now for the last 2 years, it really requires recognition of former Commissioner Anna Hansen, who at every turn made sure that something's about to happen, we need to get this letter in, or we need to get this resolution put together, whatever the case may be. So that strength, as well as, and there was a community member in here who was with the cattle growers. We had strong interest on behalf of the tribal communities, and the traditional historic communities were very concerned, generational people who have run their cattle through the area and were concerned that they would lose their leases, and had worked together passively and actively for generations. So it became a question of, well, how else do we assure that these traditional uses are recognized and maintained? And I think he was here, he came up, and then he disappeared, and I assumed that he was here for this purpose. That was Julian Gonzalez, who met with me numerous times, but at one very cold morning, made sure that I met with a group of cattle growers out by the Caja, and I stood there and we all froze, but to really hear the importance of protecting those traditions. And then we had our Olivia Romo, who came in with the perspective of what has been done at the county, and now working with none other than Mike Sullivan, who I have to commend beyond measure for the crafting of what has now become an act that looks like all of the community input has been acknowledged. To write the resolution that supports that act was very easy, knowing that community members informed it and that you wrote it in a manner that reflects the will of the people who have been using the Caja and understand the importance of protecting it. So not just for utilitarian purposes, but for its intrinsic and spiritual value. So thank you, Mike Sullivan. I am honored to carry this on behalf of everyone who's been working very, very hard. And then lastly, I'm going to hand this over to Commissioner Kakari Stone, who took the hat as though she was wearing it all the time and started carrying the flag and said, we're going to do this. So Kakari Stone, I look forward to hearing your part, and thank you very much for working with me on this.
Commissioner Kakari Stone, take it away.
Oh, thank you, Chair Greene. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I just want to also recognize Senator Heinrich, your staff, Mike Sullivan, Olivia Romo. Thank you, Garrett. You've been a tremendous ally, and you've been very mindful of making sure people are included and come to the table. Congresswoman Ledger Fernandez, thank you for your support. Former Commissioner Anna Hansen, you have been a champion, and I think that your heart and your true love is in the Caja del Rio. I want to recognize in Northern Rio Grande heritage area, but mostly the people who live on the land, and just add that, we're not only protection land and the ecology of our public lands and cultures, but deep, deep knowledge around the wisdoms and from plants that grow there, from memories of how to take care of ourselves, how to live in a balanced way. I'd like to thank the tribal leadership for writing commentaries from a couple of the Pueblo governors, but mostly the people who have been on the land, with the land, and all of our natural ecology and environment, and the birds, and I always say the creepy crawlers, and all those who rely on us to protect it truly. I'm really happy to be a co-sponsor with this, mostly because a large portion of the land is within District 2 as well. And that's my responsibility and obligation to make sure I stand with you to protect the Caja. As I say, the Caja Sagrada. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari Stone. Back to Commissioner Bustamante for...
I have to apologize for one thing and make sure that it's stated, because sometimes why we have Earth Day and why we have dark skies is when something is so prominent and evident, we forget to remember it, or we take it for granted. And I cannot take for granted, and we can't, is because he's been the #1 champion the whole way, is our senator. So please allow me to say, yes, Senator Heinrich never let this ball drop, and always, if I'd see him, the word CAHA came up. So, you know, we take the air we breathe for granted, and I am not going to take the fact that this person has been so integral to this process, and that you all working for him is because his leadership has allowed that. Thank you for allowing me to make sure I said that, and thank you for Commissioner Kakari Stone in mentioning our senator, who is the one.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I think this is very important, and I won't say much, but I certainly appreciate the preservation of that huge piece of land to our west part of the county. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'll also be brief, but thank you to Commissioners Kakari Stone and Bustamante for bringing this forward. Thank you for your work and for the sender's tireless commitment to this, for the Congresswoman's, for Commissioner Hansen's, New Mexico Wild, Garrett, Olivia, great to see you. It was lovely to hear a voice message from you. And I didn't need to call you back because I support this resolution. So with that, I think it's very obvious that we have shown our commitments to this, and we will continue to protect the CAHA.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Garrett. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. You know, you all, you know, I would have been a sponsor of this because part of it is in my district, but it was a full plate already. So I'm happy to be the third vote, or fourth or fifth. This will probably be unanimous. You know, Mike, you asked a lot of the great questions, and this was one of the most comprehensive, complicated pieces of land, yet you thread the needle and stitched it all together. There's two needle metaphors there. So, you know, whether it's SWAMA or BDD or the return flow pipeline or the power lines, but making sure that the major goal of this was to preserve this for the users and both traditional and future generations. This is a pretty great thing. So we wish you luck up in DC. We'll, you know, hopefully you get it through in this Congress, but if not, maybe we'll come up there and go advocate for it on behalf of this one of these days up there. Yeah, great job. I really appreciate the work you've done with the Pueblos as well, because this is really their land at the origin. So thank you.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution supporting the federal legislation to establish the Caja del Rio Protection Act.
I second it.
Thank you. We have we have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Kakari Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? No? You have a resolution. Go get
Aye.
it passed.
Thank you very much.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciate your support. We look
Thank
forward
you.
to working with you closely throughout this, and thank you for all your kind words.
And we appreciate your hard work, but it's only just beginning. We've done our part. So thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, that resolution number is 2026-050.
We're done with 50 of them this year. Here we are. All right, we're going to move backwards in time to item F, request approval of a letter to the Public Regulation Commission opposing the proposed acquisition of TXNM Energy by Blackstone Infrastructure Partners, PRC docket number 25-00060-UT. Commissioner Adam Johnson and Commissioner Hughes, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a very important letter for us to do. I think it's important because Blackstone has not abided by the law in purchasing stock of PNM in advance of the acquisition. There is no guaranteed protection of the ratepayers when the purchase happens. There's a $44 million executive golden parachute included in the agreement. The purpose of the acquisition may be driven by Blackstone's broader data center investment strategy rather than the needs of New Mexico ratepayers. And then Blackstone itself is a very large company. We don't know who all the investors are. The scale of Blackstone may make it significantly a challenge to effectively state regulation. And then they don't even have a very good track record, including, labor practices and environmental disclosure. And they prioritize investor returns over consumer interests. And finally, local control. We already expressed our desire for local control, and this moves it a step even further with PNM being purchased by Blackstone. So that is why I think this is a very important letter.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. You summarized the bold headings, the Roman numerals throughout the letter, which clarify my position on this matter. I have a strong skepticism of Blackstone as a community partner. I have listened to the arguments on both sides, but when it comes down to it, public utilities, public electric utilities are a monopoly in the service area. They serve the public, and to have the ownership shift from a publicly held entity to one that is a private equity firm gives me great concern. I'd also like to say that in addition to the points outlined in this letter, I have heard from many of my constituents, and they have all encouraged me to oppose this. So as the representative of constituents from District 4, and for that matter, many people throughout Santa Fe County, I don't feel like we should support this deal, and it's in the public interest to oppose it. So it is the right of PNM to pursue, of course, such arrangements, but it's also ours to publish statements about our feelings on that. And I encourage my colleagues to support this letter so that we can add it to the record for future hearings. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Commissioner Bustamante?
Yes, I too heard a lot from my constituents, and thank you for bringing this letter forward. The concern about rate hikes, a company that answers to its shareholders rather than to the community, and the potential for finding ways to have cheap energy and water usage have just been overwhelming. It became apparent that this just isn't something that the public generally supports. What I will say is that we've heard, and we need some type of infusion for PNM to do something, but to do something with regard to large, non-local, no real relationship with the communities that it's serving is problematic. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
I think I lost you. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for bringing the letter forth. I want to acknowledge that we do want to really emphasize local control and local community assets when it comes to energy and electricity, and really refocus what our constituents want. I too, in District 2, have many folks who are not in favor of this global purchase of a large corporation. So I want to really emphasize for the public, as well as for our PNM employees who born and raised in New Mexico and work for PNM, that this is not about interpersonal relationships, and it's not about our working together forward for a stronger grid or alternative energy and locally controlled energy. In fact, us opposing this supports your positionality with PNM to continue to lead locally. I was not in support of the AES Global Corporation because there was extraction there, there was no decommissioning plan, and it wasn't going to bring local control. So overall, my policy agenda is to align with equity in solar and equity in electricity and the power that we have at the local level. This is important and that we benefit the communities that we serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari Stone. You know, I hear everybody here and have heard from folks on both sides of this, and I do appreciate the major concern of private equity taking this over. This is definitely a concern. This is a publicly traded company currently, so yes, it's basically a Wall Street company. But they would go into much more private and less transparent hands. And so there is definitely some concern of that, and I appreciate that. I did, study some potential, potential benefits that could come to Santa Fe County if we remained at the table for at least a little while longer. But I do want to ask some questions of our county attorney based on, why now for this letter? And we can ask the commissioners that have been proponents of this. But first questions would be for County Attorney Boyd. What is the current status of the PNM Blackstone merger hearings?
Chair Greene, the hearings are ongoing before hearing examiners that have been appointed by the PRC to take evidence and make a recommended decision on the proposed acquisition. The hearing examiners are currently conducting pre-hearing proceedings, and I think to anticipate some further questions about the precise state of affairs before the PRC, it's my understanding that proceedings have been in part paused while the hearing examiners investigate and determine whether to make a finding that the applicants have violated the law through the pre-application stock purchase agreement that Commissioner Hughes referenced. So the proceedings are ongoing. However, some deadlines have been paused as the hearing examiners investigate this stock purchase issue.
Has this delay opened new opportunities for Santa Fe County to intervene and or further study options to get the best solution for Santa Fe County?
Chair Greene, the short answer is that under the current scheduling order that has been issued by the hearing examiners, no. The scheduling order set a December deadline for intervention by interested parties, and that deadline remains in place. So that for purposes of Santa Fe County's participation in these proceedings, it is either in the form of an untimely motion to intervene or submission of a public comment before the PRC makes a final decision.
In your opinion, do we have a deadline to produce this letter to the PRC? And is this the deadline or any time in the next 30, 60, or 90 days?
Chair Greene, I'm not aware of any specific deadline for the submission of public comment. However, I am aware that public comment does need to be submitted before the matter is taken under advisement by the Public Regulation Commission. So the short answer is that there is a deadline, but you are correct that there is nothing that is impelling the Commission to act today beyond the fact that the public comment window is currently open. And if the board wants to submit a public comment, it does need to do so while that window remains open.
Okay. And do they declare do they give you a deadline ahead of time? Public comment will be closing in 30 days and 14 days or something like that?
Chair Greene, if there isn't something on the docket now that states when public comment is due, I would expect that some form of deadline would be advertised when the hearing examiners have concluded their role in the proceedings and they're preparing to submit the matter to the PRC for a final decision.
And that usually has a couple weeks deadline, or it could be, hey, this is due in 24 hours, get it in now.
Chair Greene, I would certainly hope that the deadline would be further than 24 hours, so that if the board's sense is to table this matter and consider it at a later meeting, that we would have adequate opportunity to get it on the agenda. But again, ultimately, the board's decision is going to be binary in the sense of choosing whether to submit a public comment or not.
Okay. And then in terms of the difference between a public comment in a letter and requesting intervener status, what is the cost and risk of requesting intervener status at this point?
Chair Greene, commissioners, the cost would depend on the level of resources the board is willing to commit to seeking to intervene as a party. So the costs would come in the form of attorney's fees and expert fees if the board elected to take that route. Again, as previously discussed, as we left closed session at the last time this was discussed, because the deadline for intervention has lapsed, it's not so much a cost issue as it is my opinion that the hearing examiners would deny an intervention motion by the county as untimely.
Is there a cost in terms of a large burden on your office to ask?
Chair Greene and commissioners, if you all instructed me to seek to intervene in the proceedings, I would do so, and I would make time and resources to do that and zealously pursue the county's interests. Again, my only point here is to explain that I don't think that motion would have a very good chance of succeeding. However, that isn't to say that I wouldn't commit all resources necessary to try and get a favorable result for the county.
And would intervening or becoming an intervener give us a stronger position in front of the PRC rather than a letter?
Chair Greene and commissioners, the PRC is required to review the public comments that are submitted in connection with this application. And so to the extent that the board is presenting its views on the merger through this letter or through an intervention motion, I believe that the outcome is the same. The only difference would be that intervention, if granted, would allow the county to participate actively in the proceedings in the form of cross-examining witnesses. But again, I don't think that makes an end of the day difference vis-a-vis the county's stated position on the merger.
Okay, and you had a conversation with some of Blackstone or P&M's attorneys this afternoon. Did you get a feeling as to whether they would oppose our request for intervention?
Chair Greene and commissioners, I think that before I answer that question, I'll say that that's sort of putting the cart before the horse in the sense that I would need an instruction from you all to seek to intervene in the case before I formally requested Blackstone's position on that motion. However, yes, I did have a communication with an attorney representing Blackstone today, and I did not get a definitive position as to whether Blackstone would oppose or not oppose a motion to intervene.
Okay. In terms of, is there a risk to us by submitting this earlier than maybe in a couple weeks when this hearings that proceed a little further?
Chair Greene, I'm not aware of any risk either way. I think that as with the public comment that was submitted earlier today, when you were acting ex officio as the housing authority, it's important to get the comment in. But as earlier stated, the public comment window remains open, and so I don't, from a legal perspective, I don't think there's much difference between submitting the comment today or vis-a-vis next regular BCC meeting or the meeting thereafter.
Okay. I'm going to tack to a little bit more about the public power study that we've started. Do we have a status of where that is, where that contract is, and whether it's whether we're going to start seeing results or anybody in that first threshold of whether public power is feasible or legal for us to pursue?
Chair Greene, commissioners, my understanding is that it is in the contract negotiation phase. It was subject to a request for proposal competitive process, and the thought would be that the contract would be brought to the board for approval at one of its next two meetings. My understanding is throughout the procurement process and in the contract, the deadline established by the board in the resolution relative to the analysis will be met, but the contract, as I understand it, again, should be brought forward to the board in one of the next 2 meetings.
And so that first legal feasibility, phase 1 of that could be performed within, if we're 60 days from authorization, that contract coming to us, so it's in the second meeting, we could have an answer on the feasibility within 60 days? I think it was a 30-day window to do that. Maybe I'm mistaken.
I don't want to go from memory, Chair Greene and commissioners, relative to the time frame, but that'll be set out in the contract as it comes forward to the board. And as I said, I don't recall that specificity from the resolution if it was there.
Okay. And then could this contractor assist us in trying to align goals, sustainability goals, carbon neutrality goals, all the other resolutions, additional to the public power aspects that might be, negotiated in this in an effort to get the best possible outcome for Santa Fe County as a whole, collectively, community-wide, as well as the organization.
Chair Greene, commissioners, that'd really be a question for our Chief Procurement Officer at the appropriate time when the contract is brought forward based upon the scope of the procurement. Again, that would really be the Chief Procurement Officer's call.
Okay, I guess I'll, yes.
Thank you, Chair. The resolution states that the phase 1, wherein the consultant conduct a primary assessment of legal, technical, community interest and feedback, and financial viability to complete it within 90 days of procurement. So it is a 90-day window.
So it's a 90-day window. So if we get this through to us middle of May, 90 days is middle of June, July, August, and then we're going to have this another 90 days to get the full feasibility study to us because I think there was a 1-year deadline.
Yes, the deadline is 365 days.
Okay. That's for the first phase of that, but it would be interesting to have somebody that is so knowledgeable about power systems and potentially to incorporate our resolutions and our goals for carbon neutrality here to incorporate into maybe our letter, our position in a way that we could make sure that we get, a viable solution here. Okay. I did prepare 3 passages that I would like to discuss briefly about this letter. And one, I'm going to give the titles of it, and if you're interested in hearing a little bit more, I will explain. But for item 7, after, or it could be inserted earlier.
Chair,
yes.
may I just briefly interrupt? I've worked with Sarah. I understand you sent me some language for inclusion this morning, and I've worked with Sarah to get that in a highlighted document that we can get on your screen if you would like to do it that way. I'm not trying to dictate your approach, but it's available.
Thank you very much. Yes, thank you, Sarah, and thank you, Walker.
Oh, thank you. I couldn't see it. Thanks.
So this item 7, the goal of this was, in the letter we spoke about our goal of public power, but really for a much longer time, Santa Fe County has multiple resolutions that talk about reducing our climate impact and carbon footprint. And I think that those are things that we've been achieving and are less speculative than public power, but public power is definitely something that we're discussing and studying right now. And so the object of item 7, Santa Fe County is committed to a higher sustainability and renewable energy standards. The goal would be to potentially approach PNM and Blackstone through this merger to develop a green tariff program that could facilitate all new growth in Santa Fe County to be served by 100% green and renewable energy and paid for as a part of this merger. This would bring alignment to and demonstrate our partnership and shared goals of green and carbon neutral and lower environmental impact in that. And you know, from my seat here, we approve lots of development here, and it would be great to be able to say that all of the development that we approve here would be 100% renewable and green energy, and with no cost to development to the residents and developers. These are programs that exist in other communities. These are things that could be negotiated as a part of this, and this could be something added to the letter, also to put it into the zeitgeist for other interveners if they so desire, and potentially for to be discussed in the public forum for Santa Fe County and beyond. I put this out there for the proponents of this.
Well, I'm concerned about this because it implies that we accept the merger and then we want this. And I think it's important. I mean, we can do this later, perhaps if the merger happens or is about to happen, but I think I'd rather see just a letter. And if you want to include other stuff, I haven't seen the other stuff, but I think it's important that we only in this letter, we really oppose the purchase by Blackstone.
So thank you. You know, as with any closing, you have one shot, right? You negotiate when you can, and once this deal is closed, this door is closed. So if this goes through and we do not have our negotiating stance established now and the agreements in hand, we have no opportunity to come back to this. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not sure negotiation is much to our advantage as much as just opposing this. For example, I mean, you indicated, and I've heard Walker indicate that perhaps Blackstone doesn't mind us intervening, but that encourages that we'll intervene because we accept the merger. And we don't accept the merger. And I think a firm statement that we oppose it is much more important than anything else that we put in there in terms of negotiating. That's my feeling.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, I second those feelings. I mean, the idea that the door closes if the merger happens is an argument for opposing the merger. So, you know, that supposes they're not going to be good faith actors. So I would ask that you consider the letter as is. I am, if you go back to 7, and I did not speak with Commissioner Hughes about this because we just are seeing it now, but you know, I think removing the language that implicitly accepts the merger or sort of muses on it, if that were to be removed, we can spotlight our desires for the green tariff. I think that's a good idea. I'm just not totally confident that this is the right place for it. As Commissioner Hughes said, you know, I think my primary concern is with the entity acquiring PNM, not with PNM or its ability to deliver these programs. So I'm not, this would have to be reworked, 7 would, but in theory, the green tariff is not a bad idea. It just may be a little less punchy when the point of the letter from my perspective is to state strong opposition. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to items 8, if you could, Sarah, please. The merger investments do not include workforce development opportunities in Santa Fe. So the application is currently formulated, proposes investments in workforce development in the Farmington and Albuquerque areas, but leaves Santa Fe County out of the mix. And a proposed acquisition of PNM should include binding workforce development investment commitments in Santa Fe County so our workforce can benefit in New Mexico's transition to a fully renewable energy grid. Again, this is a very specific ask, something that would bring economic development and workforce development investments into the Santa Fe area, either through the community college or through the trade schools. Farmington and Albuquerque have them, but Santa Fe does not. Again, this does not, mean that we're endorsing it. It means that we want to take a position that, we want equity and we want support for our economic development in Santa Fe.
Well, again, I guess I have the same concern, not as strongly as the last point, but this is still a negotiating point, assuming there would be a merger, and I prefer the letter just to oppose the merger and not to, when I had a town hall a week ago and I asked my constituents to comment on I didn't show them the letter, I just asked them to comment on the merger, and they were strongly, strongly opposed. And so I think we need to be strongly, strongly opposed. And, I don't see the benefit of this either because it's still a negotiating position.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson?
I tend to agree. I could see this being added to the letter, but again, as Commissioner Hughes, because I don't think that it doesn't muse on the acquisition quite to the same extent as the previous one. So I'm open to including this, but as it stands, the point of the letter, not to repeat myself, and I'll be brief, is to oppose the merger, not to contemplate different orientations. I suppose there's some value to. This is not the first time that someone has tried to acquire P&M, so we could also presume that it might happen again. I'm interested in, yeah, sorry.
Well, I was going to I think number 8 would be okay if we just stopped it after the first sentence. This application is currently formulated, proposes investments in workforce developments in the Farmington and Albuquerque areas, but leaves Santa Fe County out of the mix. I think that's fine because that's part of the reason we oppose it, or can be part of the reason.
Yeah, I'd agree to that.
But then the next sentence assumes that the acquisition occurs, and we shouldn't assume that in this letter.
Okay, thank you. And moving on to item 9, public safety investments in backup power, also known as virtual power plants. PNM has recently implemented a precautionary public safety power shutdown protocol that, while being of good intention to reduce fire risk, adds burden to Santa Fe County and its residents, especially those on medical devices that require 24/7 electrical power. Santa Fe County has mobilized and opened its fire stations to provide relief in these situations. One potential solution that might minimize the impact is investments in virtual power plants or battery backup systems installed in the home of at-risk residents. This is not a part of the merger package, but could help our community strengthen the grid. The PRC should scrutinize the application and any modifications to the application to ensure that PNM has undertaken the planning and resource allocation needed to protect our most vulnerable citizens from power shutoffs caused by wildfire risk. Again, these are very specific potential asks that serve our community, especially in this case, our medically vulnerable, and it strengthens our grid. And I understand the goal to oppose at all costs, but again, you're potentially leaving stuff on the table that if it doesn't go your way, you're willing to walk away with and just say you lost.
I feel about this one as about the first one. It really departs from the language that we have committed to in the letter, and I would like to stand by my commitment.
Okay. Yeah, I think This is a very good idea to provide virtual power plants and battery backup systems, but I don't think that has much to do with our letter.
Okay. So given these good ideas and the lack of a timeline to have these, this letter produced and a deadline, is there any willingness to discuss this with the community in a way that we could potentially say, hey, there could be something that could be good out of this, or you just want to get this over with?
Well, I would rather get it over with because I think we've come to a position, I mean, 4 of us have come to a position perhaps, and I think we just need to vote on, if you want to include that sentence that I accepted in number 8, you know, that'd be fine in the letter, with me anyway.
And nothing to discuss the virtual power plants or the green tariff as inclusions of trying to find a greener, more secure way. And Commissioner Kokari-Stone is raising her hand. So Commissioner Kokari-Stone.
Thank you, Chair Greene, and thank you, Commissioner Johnson, Commissioner Hughes, for leading this memo. I just want to acknowledge Commissioner and Chair Greene. I understand your efforts here, and I appreciate them. But I think that, we can't ride 2 horses at the same time. I mean, as a figure of speech. And perhaps it's premature, or you can't oppose a merger with a large global corporation and then try to negotiate things in your opposition letter. It just seems, it runs fly to our intent, and it seems confusing in terms of our messaging. And I certainly oppose the merger with a large global corporation. While the same truth is, I appreciate what PNM has done for New Mexico, which is the part of it that we support, is local control, local contributions, and that our communities and our constituents benefit. I'm wondering if the 3 items you've proposed here are really a principles statement. In principle, we support putting a spotlight and a desire for a green tariff. We also support workforce investments for a new renewable energy grid at the local level. And we also support public safety investments for virtual power plants. That could be principles that we align with, but it's not something that we don't put in negotiation terms and a letter or something we're supporting. It just, again, it seems contradictory, but I do support that we include some of these general statements as part of our principles and goals for renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari-Stone. Commissioner Bustamante?
I'm in concurrence with the presenters of the letter. If we're opposing something to start negotiating, it suggests that we're opening a door for letting it happen, which is converse to the point of why people don't want Blackstone. It doesn't make sense. It's okay, but if they go all green, when they already exist, have strong investment in natural gas, have been committed to moving forward to data centers, I don't see why we would be the nail, and I would say maybe even just a thumbtack that would start, solidifying a move towards another way of doing business for Blackstone. So, and I do agree with Commissioner Kokari-Stone. I think there's another place for that. But I think one thing that we're completely forgetting here is that we have an effort right now to look at other possible ways of having energy provided to our communities. So this isn't the place to start negotiating with the devil. I don't mean to call Blackstone the devil. These aren't about personalities. This is about something that's it's just not in our value system. So in that case, that would be why I would refer to it as a devil.
Okay. Chair Greene.
Go ahead.
If it's okay with Commissioner Hughes, I'd actually like to move to approve the letter to the Public Regulation Commission opposing the proposed acquisition of TXNM Energy by Blackstone Infrastructure Partners as it stands, as presented in the packet.
And I second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Johnson and a second from Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And I'm going to abstain.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari Stone. I wish we could wait on this and find the right time for this, but thank you very much. I voted an
Thank you.
abstention. I did. Moving on. Item G, request approval of a letter to the New Mexico Environment Department supporting the EIB 25-81R proposed amendments to 20.4.1 NMAC, 20.4.3 NMAC, and adoption of 20.13.2 NMAC. Commissioner Bustamante and Commissioner Kokari Stone.
Commissioner, would you like to start?
I'll defer to you, Commissioner Bustamante. This is in your environmental portfolio that you lead. Thank you.
Thank you. This is critical to us and to our constituents. As we noted in previous meetings, the disposition of anything that has been used with the PFAS types of problem, this is a really big step for the state of New Mexico to regulate that. I think it really doesn't need to have a whole lot more said about it. Every opportunity to ensure that these analytes do not end up in people's drinking water or in places where they plain just should not be is the step that we should take, and this is a step towards that. So basically, this letter is in support of the EIB's review in ensuring that these materials are regulated. And I ask for your support to that end.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Kokari Stone?
No, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Well said. And again, I appreciate everyone's efforts that have been supporting, advocating for regulating and remediating the contamination of PFAS, and including the studies we've heard in presentations. And I think it's important that us as county commissioners come forth with this letter and really state what we stand for to the Environment Department. And PFAS and affects District 2 residents or interconnected communities through water channels, through water flow, and, Commissioner Bustamante's district and La Cienega, La Cieneguilla, and those areas have been particularly impacted, as well as the airport area and communities, but it also affects District 2, the Agua Fria water protectors and village water sources are very much concerned. So I just want to say on behalf of my district residents, it was important to support this letter. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari Stone. Commissioner Johnson? Sorry. Yes, go ahead.
I don't mind yielding to Commissioner Hughes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Oh, well, I just wanted to mention that they have recently found PFAS in the water pumped out of the ground for El Dorado. So it's not as bad as La Cienega, but apparently it's everywhere, basically.
Terrible. Commissioner Johnson?
Yeah, troubling, and it's important that we protect our waterways. Commissioner Bustamante, you asked for our support, and you have it.
Thank you. A question is, do you know if NMED is working on pharmaceuticals as well at the same time, or is this just working at PFAS first?
Right now, the only one that I'm aware of is the regulation before us, but it's always been a conversation.
Great. And then same thing for microplastics, same story. And then a question I have regarding this is, are we as Santa Fe County able to regulate this in any way in terms of PFAS, microplastics, or pharmaceuticals for not necessarily for residential, but for large and medium scale discharge systems, wastewater systems? guess that's a question for Attorney Boyd.
Chair Greene and Commissioners, generally the regulation of discharges would fall within the jurisdiction of NMED. So they would decide whether to issue permits or attach conditions or deny permits for discharges that might contain PFAS.
So we wouldn't be able to raise the bar even further?
Chair Greene and Commissioners, I'm happy to take a closer look at the issue and brief you on it, but my short answer is that I think that the county likely lacks authority to regulate discharges of PFAS from dischargers, large dischargers.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. Commissioners?
Thank you. I would like to request for approval of support to the New Mexico Environment Department EIB 25-181, proposing amendments to 20.4.1 NMAC, 20.4.3 NMAC, and adoption of the 20.13.2 NMAC.
I second it.
Thank you. We have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Kokari-Stone. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Aye.
Hearing no opposition, it's unanimous. Thank you. Excellent. So here we are. We've made it through all of our presentations. We are on to miscellaneous action items. We have no appointments and reappointments. Miscellaneous action items. Item A, a request for approval of a letter of support for La Familia's Medical Center's request for a congressionally directed spending through Senator Ben Ray Lujan to expand the Southside Clinic. Hey, Jennifer, welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chair Greene, Jennifer Romero, Santa Fe County Community Services Deputy Director, and joined here today by Jasmine Mills from La Familia, who is their Chief Marketing and Development Officer. I stand before you today to request approval of a letter of support for La Familia's application to Senator Ben Ray Lujan for congressional directed spending to expand the county-owned Southside Clinic. The proposed expansion will add exam rooms, a pharmacy, and laboratory space to meet the growing community demand. A draft letter of support is attached as Exhibit A for the board's review and approval. The Southside Clinic is a vital resource for uninsured and underinsured residents in Santa Fe County. However, demand has exceeded current capacity. The proposed expansion will reduce wait times and improve access to care by co-locating medical, behavioral, and social services in a coordinated, team-based environment. Santa Fe County owns the Southside Clinic located at 2145 Caja del Oro, Grant Road. It leases the facility to La Familia pursuant to lease agreement number 2025-0133. Any improvements funded through congressionally directed spending will become property of the county, subject to any federal interest, and increase the rental obligations of La Familia. We ask approval and authorize a letter of support for La Familia Medical Center's request for congressionally directed spending through Senator Lujan to support expansion of the Southside Clinic, and will stand for questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari-Stone, did you want to lead this off?
Yes, thank you. First, I want to thank you, Chair Greene. Want to appreciate Jennifer for your leadership in behavioral health and health in our county. You've been tremendous. And thank you, La Familia. It was a pleasure to meet with both of you, the executive director, and you as well. And moving forward, Jasmine, I think it's important that we recognize our role of federally qualified health centers in the nation. It came from the Economic Opportunity Act of the 60s and the War on Poverty. FQHCs nationally serve the greatest number of uninsured and have had bipartisan support for over 50 years. Today, the need for health services, dental, oral health care for children, families, and adults in Santa Fe County, particularly in District 2 in the Southside area, has grown tremendously. It is the first point of contact. It offers preventative care, oral health. And I don't know, Jasmine, if you're going to highlight how many people you serve, but 80% of your patients are Latino, Hispanic origin. 50% require services in language other than English. 44% are uninsured, and 27% are on Medicaid. You serve 3,000 children annually. Health centers has not just been a services, but it's been considered a movement in the nation. The first health centers in Mount Bayo, Mississippi, were actually prescribing food as medicine. Today, we see that reinventing themselves with food insecurity. You've been a tremendous, trusted organization, and your ethics and federally mandated requirement to serve all, regardless of language or citizenship status, and to have a 51% board composition that are patients, which I know your board is much more than that, is what makes you so unique in the nation. So I am like 100% support of this. I'm excited about the Southside Clinic growing, and we're going to have quite a little hub of health and parks and cultural assets there on the hill in Agua Frio Village. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kokari Stone. Other comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just want to say I think La Familia is great, and so I support this letter.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante.
I have to say the same thing. La Familia has been a gem in our communities, so thank you, and I support this as well.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you so much for coming to us in support. I have one question about fiscal sponsorship. I think I had heard a request that might be coming our way. Is that something you want to seed the field with for some ICIP work, or maybe that's something a different thing, or
Yes.
maybe it's related?
We will have to, we've talked with Manager Schaefer about putting a ICIP request in for additional funding. The actual campaign will probably be about $5 million because we will have to expand about 4,500 square feet just to deal with capacity right now or over the next couple of years. So, you know, we've asked for 3.2 from the Senator's office through appropriations, fingers crossed, and then about 700 from the state, but I've also spoken with several of the state legislators who are endorsing the effort and the expansion, so we are very hopeful.
Wonderful. Well, love what you do, and thank you very much. Commissioner?
Chair.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Chair Greene, I just want to also recognize the leadership of Senator Ben Ray Lujan. More than any leader, I think he's really not more, but in these areas of offering needed services like healthcare, he gets it. And I like what he says is it doesn't take a lot to do the right thing. And he always chooses to do the right thing. So I think it's wonderful that he works so well with the county, and I know he'll support this. And on that, I'd like to make a motion to approve the letter supporting La Familia.
And I'll second it.
I'll third.
Excellent. Right on. We got a motion by Commissioner Kokari Stone, a second by Commissioner Greene. All in favor say aye.
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 Excellent. Thank you. Good luck. Moving on. Item B, request for approval of agreement number 2026-0196 PWDK with TLC Company Incorporated for the amount of $2,956,576 exclusive of NMGRT for the construction of the Abajo lift station and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the purchase order. Hey, how are you?
Chairman, Commissioners. So this project is, we're asking for approval of the agreement for the successful low bidder for the Abajo lift station. This is a project that actually diverts flow that is currently going to the city and takes it down to the Quill wastewater plant for the county. This is actually one of 3 projects. This will be the first one that we take to the commission. The second will be the SR-14 project, which had a successful bid this last Friday. And the third being a expansion of the Quill wastewater treatment plant. This is an important sewer corridor for the community college district and the rest of the developments that are occurring in that area. I'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioners? No? Commissioner Kakari-Stone, anything?
I do not have anything. Thank you.
All right. Anybody want to make a motion?
I guess I'll make a motion to approve the agreement with TLC Company Incorporated for the amount of $2,956,576 for construction of the Abajo lift station.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none. You've got a agreement. Thank you, Mike. Moving on, item C, request for approval to procure construction services for the Encantado Road Improvements Project utilizing on-call construction agreement number 2025-0287-PW and delegation of authority to the county manager to sign the project assignment form and purchase orders. Ira, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Greene, Commissioners. Thank you for having me here today. I'm requesting approval to procure construction services for Encantado Road. The project addresses deteriorating roadway conditions along Encantado. It's going to improve roadway safety, enhance drainage, long-term performance, and provide a more reliable route for residents and emergency responders. We do have scheduled to start date of May 4th. We are ready to go pending your approval. So for today, I'm requesting your approval for procurement of construction services using the on-call agreement. Also to delegate authority to County Manager Schaefer to execute the project assignment and purchase orders. And with that, I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hughes, this is your district.
Yeah, we've been waiting for this project, and thank you, Ira, for moving this forward, but they've been waiting for this project since before I was elected. So in 2021, I think we allocated the money for it, and it's just taken a long time because of the COVID-19 and all that stuff. But I really appreciate this moving forward. I'm sure my constituents who live on Encantado Road will be very happy to have a paved road.
Excellent. Other commissioners? Other comments? Take it away.
I move for approval of the contract to pave Encantado Road.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you very much. Sounds unanimous.
Thank you.
Yep. Item D. Request authorization to publish title and general summary of an ordinance providing for the administration and operation of the Santa Fe County Office of Emergency Management, establishing its authority to adopt policies and procedures, establishing an emergency management advisory committee, and granting authority to declare a local state of emergency. Chief Black, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I believe we have a presentation or a slideshow for you, if we're able to pull that up. If not, I can just speak to the packet material that's before you. Have the clicker ready. All right, good afternoon again. Today we are here to request your approval to publish title and general summary of the proposed Office of Emergency Management ordinance that's included in your packet material. This action will initiate the formal ordinance adoption process and allow the item to come back before you for public hearing and consideration. This proposed ordinance is based on several key drivers. First, it implements recommendations from the OEM task force and the federal engineering assessment that made recommendations for the structure and operations of the Emergency Management Department. Second, it also aligns with the state law governing emergency management, and together these efforts identified the need to formalize governance, clarify the authority, and strengthen the county's emergency management framework. Currently, the Office of Emergency Management operates under general administrative practices and processes and authorities. The ordinance before you today in its draft form, if adopted, establishes clear and consistent foundation for the Office of Emergency Management to build and enhance programs, improve coordination, and strengthen the county's preparedness and response capabilities. At a high level, the proposed ordinance establishes the governance and authority and structure for emergency management within the county. It provides the framework for OEM to develop and implement programs, policies, and procedures, and support an all-hazard approach to emergency management. The next few slides will highlight several key components of the ordinance. Section 9 of the proposed ordinance outlines the process for declaring a local state of emergency. This includes who has the authority to declare, you as the board, the process for ratification, the duration, and termination. This is a key recommendation from both the OEM task force as well as the federal engineering report and assessment. Section 9 also identifies the actions that may occur during the declaration of emergency. Specifically, these things include activating the emergency operations plan, operating the emergency operations center, utilizing county resources, and requesting assistance from state and federal partners. This actions allows for a coordinated and supported response during emergencies. The ordinance also strengthens coordination and governance of the Office of Emergency Management. Section 8 of the proposed ordinance establishes the Emergency Management Advisory Committee, which is listed, is made up of a number of county stakeholders as well as a couple external stakeholders as well. This committee will support coordination across the agencies, review plans and capabilities, and also help guide the development of the county's OEM programs. And this item too was also a recommendation of the OEM task force and federal engineering report. And while this ordinance primarily focuses on governance and authority, it also supports community preparedness as well. Section 5 just specifically outlines that the OEM director is to establish programs such as the Community Emergency Response Team or the CERT team. This would provide a structured way for us to engage residents, to build community resilience, and support emergency response efforts across the county. Overall, this ordinance provides the structure needed to enhance emergency preparedness, improve coordination, and clarify authorities during emergencies. It positions Santa Fe County to respond more effectively and operate with a clear and consistent framework aligned with state and federal requirements. In summary, this ordinance implements the recommendations from the OEM task force and aligns with state law as well as best practices established across the state. And with that, we respectfully request your approval to publish title and general summary of the proposed ordinance, and I stand before you for any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Black. Questions from the commission? No? Hearing none? Hearing none? Wow, great job. Commissioner Kakari-Stone, I don't see a hand raised, so just in case.
No, thank you for asking. Just to support what Chief Black has presented. Thank you.
Excellent. I'll entertain a motion then.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion to publish title and general summary of an ordinance by Commissioner Bustamante and a second by Commissioner Hughes. All in favor say aye.
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 Thank you.
All right, you've got it. Excellent. Moving on to presentations. Thank you, everybody. presentations on potential amendments to the Sustainable Land Development Code, SLDC, related to the Public Improvement District Board and officer appointments. Leandro, thank you. Take it away.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there is a presentation attached. I'm not going to go too far into the detail of the presentation. I think I'll start by reminding you, which you're well aware of, is the PID that came forward required the BCC to become the PID board. And I know at the time there was some questions about other alternatives going forward. We also identified a slight deviation between the PID policy and our SLDC. So, thank you. I'll go ahead and, like I said, go through this relatively quick, but the approval of the resolution ordering a formation of the district results in the creation of a public improvement district, which would be a political subdivision of the state. And the BCC may choose among the following two options in determining that a PID will be governed by either one, a district board consisting of members of the BCC ex officio, or 5 directors appointed by the BCC. I guess I'll take a step back also and mention that this presentation was done by the Rohde firm. Justin Horowitz, who presented to you on behalf of the developer last time, helped put this together, and he's available online if we have any questions specific to the presentation. But on the Sustainable Land Development Code, we do have a PID board composition that the BCC shall serve as the PID board ex officio, and the county clerk and county treasurer shall serve respectively as clerk and treasurer. If we were to amend the SLDC contains certain factors that must be weighted for approval of an application for an SLDC text or map amendment. However, the approval criteria provisions expressly do not apply to any SLDC text or map amendment. Our PID policy, a PID board must be comprised of 2 full-time county employees, 2 members recommended by a developer and approved by the BCC, and 1 member recommended by a developer or selected by the BCC in the absence of a recommendation. And so that's what our current PID policy states. Now we get into the good stuff. So we have about 3 options for the board to consider, and I'm just presenting this today to receive feedback and let y'all give us what you would prefer as we go forward. But the first option is allowing the BCC to be the PID board, and the county clerk and the county treasurer serving as the clerk and the treasurer. If this is the will of the board, then no actions required. The SLD provisions currently provide for this structure. So that's what we currently have. We don't have to make any changes if that's what's desired by the board, but I understand likely we would like to look at other options. So if the desired PID board makeup is the 2 full-time county employees, 2 members recommended by a developer and approved by the BCC, and 1 member recommended by the developer selected by the BCC in the absence of the recommendation, while maintaining that the clerk and treasurer be the clerk and treasurer for the PID board, then the commission action required would be to amend section 12.7.4 of the SLDC. And I'm not going to get into the details of it at this time. Another option is if the desired PID board makeup is for the BCC is not, if the BCC is not permitted to serve as the PID board, however, the BCC must also authorize the appointment of a separate district board. The PID clerk and PID treasurer would be named as appointed members of the PID board. If this was the desired makeup, the commission action required would be to amend section 12.7.4 of the SLDC and to consider amending section 1.5 of the county PID policy. And accountability mechanisms for the appointed PID boards, the default accountability under the state law, the PID board is subject to budget certification, public audits, sunshine laws, and under Santa Fe County PID policy, district bond counsel. We use county bond counsel and other professionals acceptable to the county and appointed board members are replaced by residents within 6 years. Additional accountability options. The BCC may impose requirements and limitations on PID board authority. The BCC may require periodic reporting to BCC by the PID board and/or developer, and BCC may, at its option, sit as PID board prior to the election of board members. There's also the option that the BCC would determine each PID board makeup on a case-by-case. The BCC would determine the identity of the PID clerk and PID treasurer on a case-by-case, and this also requires amendment of both SLDC and the Santa Fe County PID policy. So that's a very quick run-through of a presentation with some options for the board. I stand for any questions at this time or any questions for Mr. Horowitz, and I'm open to any thoughts or follow up at another time with your ideas or suggestions for myself.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Cordova. There was some concern about the PID board replicating the BCC. I guess I don't fully understand, and I am admitting my ignorance on this matter, why we wouldn't want to be the PID board. I can see it for time reasons, but I guess I'm confused on that, and I would love clarification from someone who has a stronger opinion than I do.
I think I brought it up as if we do a lot of these, then we're suddenly like serving all over the thing. Maybe it's just, but yeah.
No, that's fair. So one idea, and I wonder if this was contemplated, is PID serve, typically, I can imagine an overlapping PID, but instead of 3 representatives nominated by developers, did you ever contemplate one BCC member likely to be the BCC member that represents that district? That could sort of even out, not use staff time in the same way, sort of balance 2 developer, 2 county staff, 1 BCC member who represents that district. That's just an idea. And sorry to Commissioner Hughes for essentially nominating him in that.
Well, it's possible you could nominate me to be on all the boards if all the PIDs are in District 5.
It might be likely that way. Commissioner Hughes?
Well, I was just wondering, how much work do you envision a PID board having? I mean, is it 1 meeting for 5 minutes a year, or what?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, if Mr. Horowitz is available, I would ask if he might be able to shed a little bit of experience on that question, as being that we haven't really had a PID in Santa Fe County. I don't want to give you an answer that doesn't have any experience behind it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is Justin Horowitz with the Rhodey Furman conference room here. Thanks for having me. So I'll give you sort of the general rule of thumb is that there are typically 2 meetings a year of a PID board when it's running in the normal course. And those meetings will coincide with the deadlines for delivering a preliminary budget for a district and the final budget for the district. And we try to we've sort of gotten to a place where these districts can consolidate the work into those meetings in terms of approving open meet, in the spring meeting, adopting an open meetings resolution. There's an IPRA notice meeting resolution that needs to be addressed that can be adopted at that time. And so the lift is generally light, a few hours a year of commitment for the board members as a general matter. That can then, if there is a bond issue contemplated, there can be a little more work. That happens one time. So in the year that there's a bond issuance for the district, that might double or triple the workload, add a few additional meetings, 10 hours or less of commitment a year for the board as a general matter. And then officers of the board, particularly the treasurer of the district, might have some elevated responsibilities dealing with approval of invoices for services and things that the board had previously approved, or those things can be brought back to a board meeting. So that's sort of the typical approach. And we've seen a few districts that might just set a quarter. So instead of having 2 meetings a year, set quarterly meetings and have 4 meetings a year. But it has not been a huge lift. But we've seen, as to the question about the preference in a policy, it's a policy matter. We've seen local governments handle it both ways, where they've, decided to hold on to the work or decided to outsource it, for lack of a better term. I'll pause and happy to answer any questions, further questions, Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. No, I think that's what I asked, and it seems like maybe if we only have one PID, it's okay for it to be just the board, be the BCC. Maybe we want to consider those other options when there get to be 3 or 4 or 5 PIDs. Might be a bit much to put on the board.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you for that answer. I do have a follow-up question, because I did a cursory search on Public Improvement District in New Mexico PID scope of work, and the key aspects are, I would say I'd want a job description for this commitment. The PID scope of work that's just brought up by a basic AI scope says that PIDs can finance, build, and acquire public infrastructure, including streets, transportation, utilities, public spaces, infrastructure systems, public buildings. And when we look at something like that, to what end is the PID? Is a PID just approving something that the contractor is doing, or is the PID really the one working at that level that authorizes these improvements and hears hearings on the establishment of, any of these infrastructure projects?
I think that question's for me, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Bustamante. The expectation, in my experience, would be that the PID board would be responsible for approving the contract, engaging the professionals responsible for delivering services on behalf of the district.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, one of the things that came up a couple weeks ago when we had the property tax sale and we were looking at delinquent property taxes, one of the areas that had come up was areas where it wasn't the property tax that became the problem. It became PID dues or taxes that not necessarily in Santa Fe County, but in Taos County, I think was mentioned, and maybe Valencia County, maybe it was in Bernalillo County or Sandoval County. But I'm sometimes not so worried about the best case scenario when everything works out great, but actually worried about the complications when things don't work out and things get complicated, and how we work those things out and how the board gets involved and entangled in that. And that's a question for you, Mr. Horowitz. Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Yeah. Sorry, Leandro. That wasn't you.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think your observation is correct. I think we talked about this. And I was asked about some of the situations where districts turn south, right? In the sort of the history of the PIDs, and we talked about where districts, and I can't remember if it was, but it was districts where there was not enough development, right? Insufficient development, and bonds were issued in a premature way, right? So bonds issued early, and the districts were not in a position to essentially cover, the landowner's not in a position to pay the debt service due on the bonds. And so what we've done with this district from a structuring perspective is have bonds, be essentially not issued until there's sufficient development out in those districts. And that'll be the advice you get from your council and from the municipal advisor if you sit as the board, or the board will get that same, the separate board will get that same advice. The collection of PID levies as a general matter are done on a co-equal basis by the county treasurer with property taxes. And so at least my experience, Commissioner Greene, is that when districts have been developed, or at least developed in a substantial way, we haven't run into those issues of shortfalls. I'm sure there are examples of, one-offs, but I'm not actually aware in my own experience of, a recent sort of foreclosure action in the last 10 or 15 years by a district against, resident landowners essentially, or anyone else in a PID.
Okay.
But your point's well taken that things can happen and they may create additional work that the commission today might not be thinking about. I'll pause there.
And liability?
So the commissioner, Chair Greene, the board sitting as the commission sitting as the PID board has essentially, under the act, of immunity. It's written into that statute, for actions taken within the scope of its duties. It's a broad immunity provision.
And the same thing for appointed, non-elected PID board members? So if it was two by the developer and two by the community and so on, would they have the same immunity, or would they have to, how would they?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the limitation on liability runs to the board. It's a short sentence. I'll read it to you. It's in section 25 of the act. It says, it's called limitation of liability. Neither any member of the board of directors of a district nor any person acting on behalf of the district while acting within the scope of his authority shall be subject to any personal liability for any action taken or omitted within that scope of authority. So the statute doesn't look to the nature of the person sitting as the board member.
Okay, thank you. We'd get worried that we wouldn't be able to recruit people and we'd be stuck with it. So, okay. Any other questions from the board? Great.
Thank you.
Leandro, thank you very much.
Thank you. So, good evening.
Moving on, presentation.
Chair Greene?
Yes.
I think that, just to interject here, I would, I don't know whether it's now is the right time or at some point in the future after today's meeting, staff is expecting or hoping to receive some feedback in terms of which approach you all would like to take, whether you would prefer to have an amendment brought forward to the SLDC that allows you all to appoint different board members, or whether you all would like to continue sitting ex officio. So again, that doesn't have to happen at today's meeting, but that would, we are hoping for that feedback.
Thank you. I guess my last question that I didn't state before we closed the topic, but thank you for, is, what are some recommendations, right? This was a pretty neutral sort of presentation of the pros, without pros and cons. And, I liked Commissioner Johnson's idea of potentially requiring at least one commissioner, so there's some skin in the game. What are some examples that have worked? What are some examples that haven't worked? Why haven't they worked? And just to get a little bit more into this, and maybe there could be some pros, cons, and a balance.
Mr. Chair, I'll let Mr. Horowitz chime in on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, thanks for that question. I'm enthusiastic over this, the suggestion that was made. I think having this sort of balanced board, or at least having, the commissioner from the district that the district resides in participate. I think it's helpful to have some level of county engagement, ongoing county engagement, in order to facilitate information to the extent that there's ongoing reports and other things that the county may want to have from the district. It's helpful to have that county representative sitting on the board. And I think it's also appropriate to have the developer and that developer team sort of carrying, the water on the project that they've brought to the county to undertake. So that, and you see versions of that in Albuquerque, where you'll have, the elected official, they're a counselor from the district, sitting on the board, maybe another staff member, and then you'll have, sort of three, some version of your current policy of three developer reps, attending meetings and, pushing forward on things, particularly from the officer position. So I think that setup is consistent with what we see in a lot of places.
And then do they ever have residents?
Yeah, Mr. Chair. So I think what will happen, a couple things. The county, depending on the number of seats that it has, or even the developer, if the county would ask, might have a resident, if there was interest, sit on that board as an appointee. We see that. And then in years 4, with an appointed board, in years 4 and 6, there should be an election. So when we get to year 4, 2 of the appointees should cycle out for residents. And then in year 6, the 3 appointees would cycle out for residents, with an election under the Local Election Act that the county clerk will run.
Okay, that's a whole nother aspect of the election, but okay. Thanks. I mean, I like having a commissioner. I like the concept of having potentially somebody from Public Works, would seem to be, since it's an infrastructure-based sort of thing, whether it's roads or, the director of Public Works. And then those would be my county folk, in my opinion, but everybody else.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, one of the options that was provided was the scenario of which the BCC would determine each PID board member or PID board makeup on a case by case. I think from staff's perspective, we want to make sure we align our PID and our SLDC policies. So that's our ultimate goal, but still seeking feedback from the board so that as we move that forward, we provide you the flexibility and or the makeup that you prefer.
As long as we get it done before the first PID board meeting, and then we get it there. So.
Okay.
All right.
I hear that deadline. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay. Now we can move on to a presentation on facility assessment on a facility assessment conducted by architectural research consultants. And thanks for sticking around, guys.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Celeste Sanchez, Project Manager with Public Works. Here with me is architectural research consultants, Andy Aguilar, John Petronis, and John Spitz. On February 12, 2004, Santa Fe County entered a contract with architectural research consultants to provide facility assessments to Santa Fe County-owned facilities. Findings were based on physical inspection of each property, staff interviews, existing plans, and commonly accepted planning metrics. The goal of the facility assessment is to develop a long-range vision of future facility demands and to develop a strategic capital improvement plan. The capital improvement plan will serve as a roadmap that identifies the improvements necessary to meet any gap between the existing conditions and the project future. Public Works Department last conducted a facility assessment in 2014, and it is recommended that these assessments are conducted every 5 years. Architectural research consultants will now provide you with a presentation.
Thank you. Please introduce yourself and your team and take it away.
Good afternoon. Hi, I'm John Petronis. I'm the president of ARC and the project director. With me is Andy Aguilar. He's a senior planner with the firm. And John Spitz, an architect who's the project manager for the effort. So I'm pleased to present our findings to you this afternoon. Let's see how this works. This one. Here we go. Backwards. I'm sorry. I'm using this.
Oh, great. Fabulous.
Somehow I've gone to the end of this thing. There we go. Thank you very much. So I just press this button. There we go. I'm going to do a short introduction of what the background is and discuss our key findings, talk about in more detail some of the findings we found in the categories of facilities that we investigated, and discuss priority, timeline, and next steps. First of all, our scope included 103 facilities, almost 900,000 gross square feet, over 757 acres. As I mentioned, we divided the scope into 10 functional areas that we'll discuss in a little bit more detail. Our team visited on-site every facility. We did user interviews. We looked at existing documents. We discussed our findings with Santa Fe County staff. And again, we produced a report which included prioritized capital improvement strategies, as well as a web-based data portal that provides more detail for every assessment. Big picture, we identified $153.4 million capital improvements spread over those 10 categories, as you can see. We'll talk in more detail about each one of these categories. Again, big picture, 2/3 of the improvements are related to what we call facility renewal. That is really just fixing buildings as they get old, replacing roofs, mechanical systems, finishes, and so forth. About 20% of the improvements we considered immediate or critical. For the most part, those dealt with ADA kinds of improvements at all of the facilities. Most of the facility renewal has a longer time frame that can be done over 10 years or so. I'm going to let John Spitz talk in a little bit more detail about each one of these categories. John?
Thank you, Commissioner Chair and Commissioners. So each of the categories are broken down, or all the buildings are broken down into 10 categories. These two are the ones with the biggest capital improvement recommendations as far as dollars go, public safety and fire stations. And there are examples under each on the facilities that require the most investment. Part of the adult detention center facility includes a $20 million housing unit expansion for the MAT units. And the fire stations, it spans from, renewal to brand new fire stations and additions. These are the remaining 8, a bigger, just kind of broad view of number of buildings, average age, and focuses on, the main areas of improvement such as ADA, renewal, administrative expansion. And this is an example of, one of the categories for community centers, how it is broken down into cost per center and breaks down, oldest facility, ADA compliance, facility renewal, with what percentages for each of them are. One of the community centers we were not able to look at is the Santa Cruz Boys and Girls Club, because the site was under construction at the time of assessment. This slide looks at the fire station, breaks it down into their regions of northern, eastern, western, and southern, and lists the top fire stations in need of upgrades or expansion or replacement. The following slides just give a little more detail on the other 8 categories with main buildings that are, need significant improvements, along with what percentages go to facility renewal, growth, ADA compliance, and some basic projects that are in those areas. Same thing for public health, parks, and fairgrounds. They all vary from, one site to the next with what the needs are and what the percentage of renewal versus ADA compliance or deferred maintenance. And then the final slide for the condition assessment is looking at the county administration buildings. This is everything that the county uses for either administration, helping with elections, storage, housing authority, and breaks down their FCI scores and, the recommendations for funding for capital improvements. This slide shows each of the categories with what percentage of the recommendation is for ADA compliance and our most common ADA upgrades that were observed and recommendations. And these really are typical of all older buildings as ADA requirements change over time. A lot of it deals with parking, door handles, room identification signs, restrooms, accessible walkways and ramps, stair handrails, and contrasting colored nosings, and ADA compliant drinking fountains. And from here, I will hand it over to Andy Aguilar.
Commissioners, we'll wrap this up real quickly. There's only 2 more slides left to talk about. Some of the capital needs are driven basically by growth, and this is what this slide talks about. And the key things are really the $20 million for an adult detention center expansion, and that is to address their desire to establish a medical assisted treatment wing. That's a really critical part of the detention facility. The other big part of it is because the city is expanding, there is a need for some additional fire stations. We met with the fire department, and their priority for one of the most critical ones is a new Agua Fria fire station. And then the third one is basically an expansion of the Public Works office. That one is, they've outgrown it already, so they need to do a little bit more space on that one. And then for the last slide, just want to talk a little bit about what ARC's recommendations are for you to consider. The first one, again, is to adopt the plan, fund the immediate and critical needs, and again, some of that is high priority for ADA accessibility throughout the county. Third one, I think, is also one of the more critical ones, is to develop a long-term capital improvement funding strategy, working with your finance teams to figure out
consistent revenue stream that the facilities team can use to attack all of these capital needs over time. And again, it doesn't all have to happen at once, but it's often very helpful for a county to identify a revenue stream that they can consistently count on year after year to tackle the capital improvements that are identified. Item number 4 here again, as John mentioned earlier, part of what we've done, part of it was our scope, was to develop a web-based tool that the facilities team can use to work on their capital improvement requests every year. So we have provided access to PJ's team to have access to that, and they use that tool, and they've been using the tool from prior assessments that ARC did to plan their capital strategies. That tool allows them to sort and look at all sorts of different projects in terms of, if you want to tackle ADA, we can sort for just ADA, or if you have a special allotment that is for one type of facility, we can search. They can search that that website and figure out which capital projects might be used, might be tackled with certain funding sources. And again, the last thing is that there are some follow-ups that probably need to happen and need to be initiated in terms of some of these projects, and doing more detailed feasibility studies for the new fire stations. And again, some of these impact some of the other discussions that you've had today. There's one in Edgewood, in the Edgewood area, that the fire department suggested is something they need to start planning for, a second facility there. So with that, we stand for questions. You have a very, very comprehensive packet in your commission packets with a lot more detail than what we've presented today. So with that, we'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Chair. So this evaluation over some of these areas, and there have been requests for either, a new building because this one's aged, or I'll give an example, the Cyclone Center. If we were to invest in it, it could have more use. And was the type of evaluation to come to these dollar amounts based on we work on it to improve it how it is and what it's being used for, or were any projections as to more use of a particular facility considered in these evaluations?
John, do you want to help me answer that one? Commissioner Bustamante, the condition assessment provides recommendations for improving what is there and bringing it up to an acceptable standard. There are occasions where sometimes our recommendation is a replacement. So I'm going to ask John to answer that question as to whether there were any of that type of recommendation in the plan.
Thank you.
Commissioners, I do not think there are any recommendations right offhand to replace a facility. Typically, how we look at it is when we have our recommendations, if they are within 75% of a replacement cost of a replacement facility, we will do an alternative solution for a replacement, so that the county can look at if we do all these upgrades, it's this much versus a new building that would be this much. But our assessments look at everything from finishes to equipment to ADA compliance, and we take all that into consideration.
Thank you. So not expanded use. For example, and if I get it all wrong, PJ was there with me, but for Stanley, they at the Cyclone Center, if we had this, and this, we would be able to have people spend the night, camp out here, and extend it to sheep and shows. None of that was considered in this type of evaluation. It's more, what would it take to get what's here up to standard?
So for the Stanley Center or Cyclone Center, that was not considered. Yeah. But for some of the fire station and other public works areas, expansion was considered, like, housing dormitories at some of the fire stations to provide 24/7 coverage, and then a maintenance building at one of the Hondo fire stations for the road crew.
Understood. Thank you.
So just to carry on that concept, I sort of put it in 3 levels of buckets, which is, and maybe 3.5 or 4. One is maintenance, like pure hardcore maintenance. Second bucket is what Commissioner Bustamante was talking about, which is expanded use, right? You have something, but like, for instance, you need a new room, you need a new dormitory, you need something that's just added on. For instance, the $20 million at the jail is an addition. Now there's maybe $30 million, I'm just using a round number, $30 million that's needed at the jail. There's $8 million worth of maintenance, there's $20 million worth of additions, and then there's whatever the third, and then I would ask the fourth bucket would be like new projects, right? So the old youth detention facility, I saw that on here, and I don't think that that's a recoverable building. So, that's a whole nother bucket.
That is, and our recommendation was to do major renovation, and ARC is actually working with the county on a study on what to do with that building.
And if I could just add to that, to the conversation that's happening, and as was noted in the memo, I think relative to the airport road facility as an example, the assessment was, if you're going to use it, in some extent, it's going to require a lot of investment. Nobody's recommending that investment be made until after the master planning is done and you make a decision about what you want to do. And there are a range of potential outcomes in terms of what that master planning might be, ranging from raise the whole thing and start from ground zero to potentially making an investment. And so I just want to underscore, and then to Commissioner Bustamante's point, a new project or an expanded use was really not within the scope of the work they were asked to do, other than as it related to county services, meaning, we are going to provide, services at the adult detention facility. It's been identified that we want to expand to increase this, capacity. What do we need to Public Works, the fire station, what have you. So that sort of project that Commissioner Bustamante described, nothing illegitimate about it by any stretch. To be clear, nobody's questioning that. It was just outside the scope of the work that they were asked to perform. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, thank you very much. Commissioners? No? Commissioner Kokari-Stone?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the presentation. We have a wealth of investments in facilities. I have a question. I'll start with slide number, it'd be slide number 8 on community centers. Agua Fria Village was not listed there. Where does that stand in the list of 14?
I am not sure right offhand.
Okay. I just want to be sure we're looking at that and considering upgrades that might be needed, what needs to be done. There was mentioned that was 14, and I think only 11 were listed on slide number 8. And you can get back to me later about that. I'd appreciate it on behalf of my community constituents.
Commissioner, are you talking about Nancy Rodriguez or?
Yeah,
what's
the
the
Nancy Rodriguez
Agua
Center.
Fria?
Yeah, in Agua Fria, yes, Nancy Rodriguez Center.
I apologize, it's not on the slideshow, but Nancy Rodriguez was part of the facility assessment.
Okay, and do we know where that stands in terms of needs for upgrades?
Commissioner, not offhand, but it is in your handouts. There is detailed capital improvement recommendations for every single one of the facilities in the expanded report that is in your packet.
Yes, I'll look at that more specifically. The other question, thank you, is regarding slide 13 and American Disabilities Act compliance. Am I reading this right? With each of the category of facilities, we're only 0% to 31% compliant with ADA, with the category of county management administration being the most compliant?
That is correct.
So where does that fare in terms of standards That seems very low.
From my experience with doing condition assessments over the past 7 years, a lot of older buildings lack compliance. And a lot of things that we do look at are, door handles that are original to the building, or, restrooms that don't have certain accessories or heights, or door pressures that open, or room signs that have not been updated in decades.
Right? And I'm glad you're looking at that, but it seems like it's on the onus is on us to make sure it's compliant. And to me, we're not following federal standards. I mean, American Disabilities Movement and the Act, this is really critical that we be accessible. So what is your recommendation and how we should tackle that to get 100% compliant?
All the ADA recommendations have been moved to priority 2 at the request of county staff. And it would just be getting with PJ and his team to see what those recommendations are and start implementing those improvements.
Okay, because it wasn't on your list of recommended priorities.
It's under priority 2, the critical.
Oh, let me see. Sorry about that. Critical.
It probably does not specify that that is ADA. A lot of it, our clients will decide if their ADA requirements are a priority 2 or a priority 3.
Okay, so it would fit under the 2 bubble. Okay.
Correct.
Well, I do want to revisit that with Public Works and our county management. I think it's really critical, and it doesn't fare well with the county to have the maximum compliance at 31%. Thank you so much for looking into that.
Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-san. Any other comments or questions from the commission? Hearing none, we want to thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Moving on, last presentation on Greene Stormwater Infrastructure Master Plan and Guide. Reese and Jacqueline, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Jacqueline Beam, Sustainability Manager with the Community Development Department. I'm accompanied by Reese Baker with Raincatcher. Where is he? Behind me? Okay. And we're here to present on this exciting project, which is the completion of the Santa Fe County's Greene Stormwater Infrastructure Master Plan, which includes recommendations for updates to the Sustainable Land Development Code and the development of a GSI design and maintenance guide. The presentation is intended to inform future capital planning and policy considerations. I will try to quickly move through this, but I wanted to make sure that everyone had a chance to see the latest iteration. Your packets do have quite a few documents in them, but if you haven't had a chance to see the Greene Stormwater Infrastructure Guidebook, Reese brought the latest print, and I will bring it up to you. Since we did provide for our proclamation for Earth Day today, I felt like it was important to note that the land acknowledgement is now in the very front page of this guide, and it's a beautiful acknowledgement, and Reese and our team felt like it really needed to be prioritized in the front. And there are many acknowledgements throughout, but I will bring this up to you, Commissioner Bustamante, and let you share. But it will be available with a QR code also on Earth Day. And with that, I will let Reese lead the show. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I am thrilled to be here, honored to be here. Thank you so much for your time. I realize I have a relatively short amount of time to get through quite a bit of information. We started on this project about 16 months ago, and there was several components to it. The first component was for us to create a GSI current infrastructure map
in Santa Fe County that shows, the actual latitude and longitude, the sites, what type it is, the characteristics, possible improvements. We've learned a lot over time installing these projects for the last, since about 2014. And so and I apologize, I've got to move through this relatively quickly. It's a very big project. We also worked on some of the existing Santa Fe code that dealt with stormwater coming off of parking lots and streets. To the bottom left there is sort of the old rendition. We updated those renditions, and then we made recommendations and comments. So that was the second part of the project. The third part of the project was to come up with various locations in Santa Fe County from the farthest north to the farthest south, and pick a few. We toured about a little over 20 sites, and we came up with 5 sites. I'm going to cover 3 here. One is for the affordable housing over on Camino de Jacobo, and bringing green stormwater infrastructure to these neighborhoods, capturing all the water off the roofs, capturing this water off the streets, greening this area. It provides a lot of extra, beauty, wildlife habitat. It enhances human health. The second site that we chose was the safety building over on Hustica. One of the reasons that we chose this site is one of our first meetings was at the Agua Fria fire station, and we met with a bunch of the firefighters, and they said, we would love to have outdoor spaces where we can cook, we can eat, we can work out, we can stay healthy, get fresh air, get sunshine, and it helps us become better first responders. So we have a design for that, which includes, one of the reasons we chose this, we have so much impermeable surface area to work with at this site. And the third site we chose was the Public Works Complex, where they just put in a brand new parking lot. They've been talking about green stormwater infrastructure here. So we have a design for this. All 5 sites that we've done, we also have some of the initial estimates in this initial design completed. And then what I'd like to spend the rest of the time on tonight is the actual GSI manual. I'm going to have to cover it relatively quickly, but I want to give you all a quick primer on everything that we've covered. And it's one of the most exciting things I think I've ever worked on in my life. So I really appreciate the opportunity to work with you and to work with Jacqueline and the sustainability department. So in this manual, it is basically written for the single homeowner in a rural area, for urban planners, for civil engineers, for biochemists, for ecologists, for policymakers. It really covers a very broad spectrum of what green stormwater infrastructure can do. And so we have this beautiful introduction. We move through, we talk about all the stormwater pollutants. There is a slew of incredible biological and non-biological toxins that are coming off of our streets and our parking lots that are being dumped directly into our urban freshwater ecosystems. And it's pretty much the leading cause of degradation in freshwater ecosystems all over the world. These pollutants can be remediated with GSI. The next part of this whole manual was we have these components of all the different features of GSI that we can implement in the urban environment. And they have definitions, and they're keyed in and located all throughout the manual. Here's an example of a parking space retrofit. There are currently 36 of these at the Santa Fe High School public school student parking lot. And you can see the little components and how they work together. And then we have real live photos of them, and we have maintenance notes, how to keep these things working, keyed notes as to what and how they work, where the water flows, and then we also have installation guidelines. And there's a bunch of these different features in the book. We also have this really cool part where we are going into a deep dive with 5 different sections of what green stormwater infrastructure can do, including hydrology, urban forestry, stormwater pollutants, mycoremediation, phytoremediation, all kinds of deeper cited literature that proves throughout the world that these projects are working. We do a calculation of runoff so that you can figure out how much water is coming off different areas, and different runoff coefficients depending on the impermeable surface that you are working with. We cover disturbed soils in rural areas, runoff, erosion problems. Then we describe the different techniques that you can use in order to help eliminate erosion and harvest water passively. We cover runoff from rooftops and different techniques that we can use for capturing rain off of the roof that's not necessarily the active storage, and water tanks that go to irrigation are very often not maintained, but more passively. Pumice wicks are a great example of that. How to build these structures, how to maintain them. Then we talk about soils. You know, without a healthy soil, it's very difficult to get water to infiltrate. And when we dig down through the caliche layers and we try to detain stormwater, it literally just sits there in pools and evaporates. So the importance of soils, the importance of vegetation, and the soil fungal communities that allow for more infiltration and help to filter out pollutants. We also have a very detailed plant list that we can utilize for any different area all throughout Santa Fe County, and these are all species that have been tested since 2014 to survive in these GSI features. Installation guidelines on how to put in the plants, how to use saprophytic fungi. Fungal mycelium has these specialized enzymes that will break down a huge amount of petroleum products that are coming off the streets. And I had to put these last two in. We were talking about maintenance. We have some beautiful GSI features all through Santa Fe County that are not working because we cannot, 40% of rain coming off the high step ecosystem is actually water, and the rest is the sediment that the water is carrying, especially on streets and in parking lots. So we have to have a sediment trap for these structures to work. And probably most importantly, we have to have a maintenance plan for these. So, and the very last part of this manual is sort of the wildlife defensible space. And we put that in as a request from Jacqueline because it's important, and all the water harvesting and GSI features that we are implementing can help mitigate the dryness of our environment and fire threats. And so with that, I really appreciate, really appreciate everybody's time, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Reese. Commissioner Bustamante.
This isn't a question. I can't think of anything cooler that matters, that really does a lot to green where we are and take advantage of what little rain we have. I think that you're a rock star, and I'm going to run and chase you and ask for an autograph. This is very, very good. Thank you. I'm so grateful. And I think that the next, I don't say question, but steps are to really figure out how to ensure that all existing development starts to integrate these in, and then any new development is required to have this in their plans. I love the picture in the booklet that has the rainwater catchment just spilling over, which we've all seen it. And, if you did get some and you were holding it in there, it just kind of lasts a little while. Whereas the rain garden or the Zuni Bowl, we're talking about something that's going to recharge the aquifer and green up where we are. So I just think it's so cool. I appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Johnson.
Yeah, I also don't have a question. I want to commend you. This is really cool. Futuristic isn't really the right word because it is something that's very fundamental, but I hope that it's in our future more and more and more. And I can't, emphasize what Commissioner Bustamante said enough. We should be doing this in every project. So thank you for educating us further. I think we'd probably all like a copy of this report to be able to dive in a little bit deeper into your hard work. But it's an essential resource, and I really appreciate it. I think it's just cool to think about the ways that Santa Fe can creatively reuse stormwater. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner Hughes.
Commissioner.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add that this gave me lots of ideas to do at my house. So thank you very much. And of course, we should include it in our development plans and our SLDC and all that. Thank you.
Yeah, an electronic version for sure, distributed far and wide. Commissioner Kokari Stone.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the presentation, the expertise, the vision, and we can do it. And I really would like to figure out how to move forward with amending our SLDC plan for new developments and housing. I also want to thank you for including Camino Jacobo. I hope we can use them as a demonstration pilot because those trees are dying as we speak, and I've been asking for a year and 4 months that we water them. They were planted, they're mature, but they're really under a lot of distress. So, how can we engage the community in this? I think people are interested. We can engage middle schools, grade schools, high schools. We could also work with architecture and planning. Maybe we could have have them at UNM help us think about the innovations with new developments, even apartments, affordable housing. And I know this is something Agua Fria Village Board was asking for as well. So how do we do this and promote education programs with our youth on how to save our water? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stone.
Reese, great job. And Jacqueline, great job. One of the coolest parts of this is, well, the coolest part is that these details are phenomenal and something that we can live with. And we see them periodically around town and go, that's right, And but the other part that's really cool is you're like a true believer and you're really excited to teach this. And so it's really infectious. Thank you for having this much energy this late in the day and really sending it this way. I do have a detail that drives me nuts, which is when we have these islands or these planters. I love the tree. I love the recessed where it collects all the water from my parking lot. But you park right up against that curb, and you don't have anywhere to step out. And so a 6-inch curb right there should be extended to 18 inches so somebody can get out of the car and not fall into the ditch. It may make the pool smaller, but that is one of those little details that is like an ankle breaker and just my little 2 cents there. But besides that, it was great. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you are correct. We are working on that with all our design parameters.
Yeah, that's fabulous. Yep. Thank you, Jacqueline.
Okay.
Happy Earth Day. Yeah. Earth Day.
Yes, thanks to Jacqueline as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Okay, so we have made it through the presentations. We now have a request for approval to contract with from items from the county manager beyond the presentation for Edgewood. Item B, a request for approval to contract with Stelzner, Winter, Warburton, Flores, and Dawes for the preparation of a memorandum of agreement with the City of Santa Fe to explore creation of a utility authority pursuant to the Regional Water System Resiliency Act.
Thank you, Chair Greene and Commissioners. I'll be brief. The exploration of a utility authority pursuant to the Regional Water System Resiliency Act has been identified both by the Board of County Commissioners as well as the City Council of the City of Santa Fe in the joint meeting resolution that both governing bodies have adopted. In addition, the Board of County Commissioners recently received a findings and recommendations from the Water Policy Advisory Committee regarding the pursuit of a unified Santa Fe County, City of Santa Fe Water Authority, and among other things, the WPAC recommended that the board advance further legal, financial, governance, and operational analysis necessary to evaluate formation of a unified city-county water authority. So the proposal before you is that I would proceed to negotiate a small purchase professional services agreement with the Stelzner Winter law firm so as to leverage the particular background and experience of Nan Winter, who is a shareholder with that firm. As reflected in the memo, Ms. Winter has been outside counsel to ABCWA, the Albuquerque Bernalillo County Water Utility Authority, for many years, including its formative years. So the county attorney and I both believe that she would bring a unique perspective and experience relative to the considerations that the governing bodies may want to look into as they explore the creation and transition to a regional utility authority. In addition, Ms. Winter's firm isn't a stranger to the county. They had a services agreement for legal services with the county for 4 years from July 2021 through July 2025. So again, the proposed contract would be a small purchase agreement with an additional not to exceed amount of $20,000. We would expect that the MOA that is developed with the city of Santa Fe would define the things that the governing bodies wish to include in the analysis, and that scope would dictate both the procurement method as well as the cost that might be involved. So I'd be happy to stand for any questions, but because the firm would be working on behalf of the board, I wanted to ensure that the board was comfortable with that selection. And again, both Walker and I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, County Manager Schaefer. Commissioners, Commissioner Johnson?
Sure, I'll just briefly comment on this. Commissioner Bustamante and I met with Nan Winter, among other people, but in a meeting with the Albuquerque Bernalillo Joint Authority. Ms. Winter has extensive expertise in this area and would be, I think, the right choice for advising us in this matter. So I'm in favor of this, and I hope you are too.
Excellent. Commissioner Bustamante?
I concur.
Excellent. Commissioner Hughes?
I trust my fellow commissioners.
Excellent. Commissioner Kakari Stone? By the way, bless you. I saw you sneeze on video, so.
Thank you. Allergies are kicking in. Totally support this. Let's get started. She looks like an excellent choice, commissioners.
Yep. Great, thank you. I agree. Manager Schaefer, what is the timeline for this, for some sort of work product that we would be looking at?
Thank you, Chair Greene and commissioners. With this approval, we'll work on getting the small purchase contract in place as soon as possible. I don't know what the timeline would necessarily look like. That's going to depend in part on the turnaround time from the city of Santa Fe. Certainly my hope would be that any MOA would be drafted and considered before the governing bodies complete the budget process for fiscal year 27, as the agreement about what to be looked at by the governing bodies and the allocation of cost as between the governing bodies should factor into budget decisions that are made for the next fiscal year. So that's a long story, long answer to your question. The shortest version I would say is, I'd want the MOA to be concluded, no later than June 30.
Okay, but like 6 months, end of the calendar year, to get a sort of set of recommendations and a pathway forward, or?
I don't want to hazard a guess, because that really is going to be decided, based upon the MOA and the work that the governing bodies want to see done as this moves forward. And so again, I think that's all to be determined based upon what goes into the memorandum of agreement.
Okay, and then last thing, since we do now plan on having a city-county meeting in June, let's maybe potentially put some presentation item into that, so that can be something that we all get our questions out at the same time from both sides. We'll get all on the same page. Thank you. Do I hear a motion to approve this contract?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the contract with Stelzner Winter for Regional Water System Resiliency Act pursuance, and authorizing the county manager to move forward with the contract.
Second.
Got a motion by Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Excellent. Go do it. Thank you. Further matters from the county manager. Was there anything else?
Just wanted to reiterate that we do have a new agenda management platform, Diligent Community, which has replaced Board Docs. As was mentioned, it's been live since April 1st. You know, from the perspective of the end user, you know, as you go to our, landing page for the main county website, you just click on agendas. It takes you right to the system. There's no confusion, you know, relative to the new system. It's easy to navigate, and again, as we continue to work through that new system, I think we'll find new and enhanced features that will, you know, add to the end user experience in terms of the community. So that's the only other miscellaneous update that I had. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Okay, moving on to matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. Who wants to go first? Commissioner Hughes.
I'll go first. Very quickly, well, we mentioned Encantado Road earlier this meeting. I just wanted to mention that there is a town hall meeting for the residents of Encantado Road next Thursday. And then during my hour with Hank I had last week, a couple issues came up. One is that we really want to reopen the reuse center. So we're going to meet with, well, Commissioner Johnson and I will meet with the staff to work out the details for that. They also mentioned it'd be nice if the website where you could post land use changes. For example, there was a notice on Route 14 that nobody could figure out how to stop and read it. And so I think that's already in the planning by our growth management department. Also was mentioned that perhaps data centers could be a DCI project because they affect the whole county and should require extra process to look at. Just a thought. And then finally, there was the ribbon cutting of Section 6 of the railroad trail, which most of us were at, and it was really fun walking on the trail. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. We're going to go this way, so Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. To underscore just briefly what Commissioner Hughes said, Section 6 of the rail trail, as joined by Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Bustamante, Manager Schaefer, members of Public Works, members of Open Space. It was a great time. We walked the trail, and it's not quite done, but it's looking good. Looking forward to Section 7. Commissioner Hughes and I are working on the reuse center, as was mentioned, and I think that will move along as fast as we are able to move it, because I would like to see that reopened. I attended a day-long retreat of the North Central Regional Transit District Board. It was a helpful exercise, though it's hard to spend an entire day. You know, with all of our various commitments, it was a great opportunity. We heard just sort of board reorientation, and I was reminded about how helpful those are because they make board members great and sort of understand what the lanes are. Commissioner Kakari-Stone and I, along with many other folks in our staff and in the city, electeds and staff members, were working on the 1B issue, which we, I think, have just put on the right tracks as well. And probably, I had a really interesting site visit to a property that's hopefully going to be donated to the Santa Fe Conservation Trust and then entrusted to county. That is off of Old Santa Fe Trail. It's not a direct connection with the Arroyo Hondo Open Space, but would be a great addition to our system, so I was happy to participate in that. And then I also attended with Leader Shapansky a community meeting for La Cañada de los Alamos specific to egress issues, and I want to thank growth management staff, community planners who are working with a consulting firm to think about strategic connections for fire exit in the foothills area, which was built a long time ago and is a pretty tricky terrain. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Bustamante.
I will just say that my time has been all-consuming with the Edgewood case, and with no exaggeration, almost every phone conversation at around 4 a day, but it lasted a little while. So I think that you would understand that I don't have a whole lot else on my agenda. There's one thing that I did attend, and I look forward to inviting Commissioner Kakari Stone to the Tierra Real community that is off Airport Road. It is in her district, but last year they were in need of understanding how to have a community association set up. And they hadn't met with the previous commissioner and hadn't had any feedback with the previous commissioner. So I met with them, and on Saturday they had an association meeting. They have a big association now, and it is absolutely adorable. But I need to make sure to get Commissioner Kakari Stone to meet these folks, because what happened is something that's important for all of us to know when we have communities that need to have their streets dedicated. And we've heard this type of thing in these chambers before. But their community was developed by a developer. Then the roads were all part of what the developer called their community associate, the Tierra Real Association roads, and that everyone would pay into the maintenance of the roads and making sure that those street lights worked and everything. So it was all private property. Meanwhile, the developer absconded with the money and left no recourse or capability for the community to actually have their roads repaired, their lights working. If there's someone like a drug house happening, who's going to take care of it? And which are all problems that they've had. And I did say that Commissioner Kakari Stone was sorry that she wouldn't be able to attend it, but I did commit that any information that we could provide in how to get their roads up to the standards that the city would adopt the roads, that the county and the city would work together to that end, and helping them know what that means. And there was complete acknowledgement of anti-donation clause, and nobody's going to go in and do it for you. But in that interest, it was really about just trying to help them out to get their roads up to a standard that would make them adoptable by the city.
Fabulous. Commissioner Kakari Stone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Yeah, I think that for me, I've been doing a lot of behind the scenes analysis, outreach discussions, and organizing. And I thank Olivia Padilla, my constituent services liaison for District 2 regarding the Area 1B city county process. So that's been it's been a heavy lift, but it's been terrific. As Commissioner Johnson mentioned, on April 1st, I almost thought, is it April Fool's Day? Did we actually in an hour and a half get through the next step and start with the attorneys? And I want to thank the county manager and our attorneys and many who made this possible. Just a few other updates. I've been convening a reentry meeting because there's been so many requests, like from the Rock and others and other constituents that are countywide, to really have an assessment and across synergistic conversations of all those involved in reentry and getting people back into needing affordable supportive housing, trauma-informed care. So we had our second meeting this last week, and I thank Olivia for organizing it, particularly Ann Ryan and Jen Romero, who helped lead it and co-lead it. And I think some great discussions came out. Some participants were, of course, Senator Rodriguez's staff, and then the Secretary of Corrections, as well as Derek Williams, with the detention center, Ward Williams, excuse me, as well as others from the Interfaith Community Shelter. And they were able to actually it's amazing what we could do when we work outside our silos. And they're going to be coming to possibly the county to do a joint presentation possibly to the legislature. They're still thinking about it as a group. But I think the upside is it helps us as BCC members to say, you're all talking to each other, and how do we prioritize and invest in reentry services, and what part does the city play? So I just wanted to give that update. Had meeting with the Agua Fria Village, their monthly meeting. They're really building momentum. The mayor was there. Others were there that just giving great updates. They have a new narrative story, tallying project and funding regarding the Agua Fria Village history. So they're building momentum on their side while we're working on the feasibility procurement and getting a contractor and a preliminary engineering report for the multi-use historical cultural center. And yes, Commissioner Bustamante, thank you for going while I was sick on Saturday. I have been in conversations with community members with Tierra Real, as well as Miguel Acosta, who's been tremendous. Some of the next step is training a lot of more community volunteers. It's a great mobilization model, having house meetings, which I think, cafecitos, house meetings, places that are safe where people really can come together regarding their communities and feel like they're connected is important. And as you know, also with your support and my support, Miguel and Earth Care will continue to train 15 other neighborhoods regarding, and they're going to have a photo voice on health and community resiliency. These are very exciting plans. Those are just some of my updates. It's getting late, so I'll just stop there.
If I can just share, there is an opportunity for you to meet with them and 5050-MATIC on Saturday. I just want to make sure that I share that with you now. And I would connect you with the woman from 5050-MATIC, and then you would be meeting with the community members. I wouldn't be present, but she asked me. I'm sorry, I think you're muted.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Kakari-Stone. Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. For my part, a few of us went up to Espanola to celebrate the inauguration of the new council and the mayor, a new mayor up there. County Manager Schaefer was up there, and myself, and there were lots of friendly faces up there. It was great, and there's a lot of new energy up in Espanola. I look forward to working with the new administration and collaborating any way we can. Went to a 5050-MATIC forum on the state of the film industry over at the Jean Cocteau. Part of the film, Andrew from the film office was over there representing the film office, and it was an interesting look at where film is right now. Some good news, some bad news, and hopefully things turn around a little better. Did the Chimayo pilgrimage, and I do have to give a big thanks to all of the, I think I heard something like 19 agencies or departments between Espanola, Rio Arriba County, lots of Santa Fe County departments, the city of Santa Fe. It was amazing. It was safe. It was a beautiful Friday up there. And I hear there was very few incidents, if nothing major. But everybody, Ignacio Dominguez really does a great job and has done an amazing, better job every year in coordinating that, and our communications are just fabulous up there. On Easter Sunday, I was awoken by a phone call from the Cuatro Villas Mutual Domestic water company that they had an emergency line break. Went up there and brought some water and spoke to some neighbors up there to see if they were going to be okay. Luckily, it only impacted 6 neighbors up there, and they got it fixed the following day, but that was a way to wake up on Easter Sunday. I went to a Protect Tasuki meeting to discuss one of the capital appropriations that's going to funnel through the county and potentially be a solution for trucking water out of the Bishop's Lodge Resort and up into the Pueblo of Powake for use in irrigation up there during the winter months when the resort's irrigation system is shut down. Immediately after that, I went to a Cuatro Villas Mutual Domestic Association board meeting where we brought in some folks from NMED to help them work through a pathway forward to financial stability and some succession planning for the members of that board. Cuatro Villas has received $1 a year rent for a very small office up in the La Puebla fire station. They were very appreciative of that. That saved them over $1,000 a month. And for a financially strapped mutual domestic, that made a big difference. Now we've got to get them into some new rate structures so they can build their capacity. I went to the Santa Fe Association of Home Builders presentation last week. Mayor Garcia was there and presented some updates on where the city is on modernizing their systems and what they're doing over there. He was very well received and had some really good, people in the room felt there was some movement over at the city on the general plan and on how they are doing some electronic permanent infrastructure to make things move a little faster over there, which was great to hear, and maybe we could learn from that. Went to an Americans for the Arts conference kickoff at the Governor's Mansion. That is a conference coming to New Mexico in June and is going to have a stop, at least an evening trip up to Santa Fe, and I think that we should highlight Santa Fe County as much as we can. I visited the Christian Brothers. The Trust for Public Land invited me to visit the Christian Brothers property up in Chupadero. They are trying to broker a deal between the Forest Service and the Christian Brothers to buy the property. There may be a position for the county to, at a bare minimum, support it in a letter, but in another way might have some infrastructure and partnership with the Forest Service or be a partner in the purchase of that property. It is 600 and something acres, and it is pretty amazing up there. Connects to the Forest Service, connects to Santa Fe County's open space up in Rio and Medio and in the Dos Caminitos area. So it's a good bridge and trail area to connect a bunch of open spaces. And then on Sunday, I went up to Chimayo for the Santa Cruz Land Grant annual meeting. This was their first annual meeting after they reestablished themselves. They were very thankful for the support that Santa Fe County showed them about a little over a year ago when we produced a letter to support the signature and by the governor that finally made a law acknowledging their position as a land grant. They're a long, old land grant, but they had fallen out of compliance, and now they are in compliance and an active land grant. It was very exciting to see the progress that they've made in the last year. That's it for me. Are there any other public officials online that want to speak to us?
Mr. Chair, there are no elected officials online.
Excellent. So, okay. We have a public hearing, and we have an executive session, and we have 2 items on the executive session, and I want to ask the board how they want to handle this. We can go to the public hearing right now, get that over with, send staff home, go into executive session. The item on executive session that has potential action item can be punted for 2 weeks, and we could then dismiss everybody and we could do our executive session, or we can just do the schedule as the agenda as we wish. What would you all like to do?
Chair, I go for a public hearing to respect those who are ready to comment and for staff to go home.
I like that too. I saw a thumbs up.
Is there anybody in the chambers who's for that public hearing? I mean, I'm just curious.
Right.
It's been announced. I don't know if there'll be anyone online. I think we should just hear it.
Yes.
Very brief.
No, I'm okay with that, but I'm just curious as to who we're sending home. I mean, there's nobody here.
Right.
Well, we're not going to send you home, dear Commissioner.
Thank you. No, it seems either way would be fine. So if you want to do the public hearing, that's fine with me.
Fast.
Yeah, do it.
if you're amenable.
I am amenable. Let's do it. So jumping ahead to item number 11, a public hearing on a proposed ordinance amending the solid waste and recycling management ordinance number 2014-10, to increase the number of items of personal identification required to shift the burden of proof in prosecutions for illegal dumping. Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you. And this can be brief because you've heard it before when we heard it for publication. So this is the public hearing to see if there's anyone who does not or does support this. And specifically, this is to require more than one item that has a name on it for someone to be taken in or prosecuted for the purpose of illegal dumping. So we've gone from one item and we're just asking for more evidence before someone is held culpable. So with that, do we have anyone online? I'm sorry, Chair?
Do we need a staff presentation about this at all, or is this all purely and you can just say
Chair
no.
Greene, I'm happy to answer any questions about the effects of the ordinance. It's a fairly narrow amendment to solid waste and recycling management ordinance. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but I have nothing further to add.
Okay, so thank you for presenting that, both Attorney Boyd and Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioners, do you have any questions for this? Hearing none, this is a public hearing.
No.
Is there anybody, Commissioner Kakari-Stone, did you have anything? I heard a mumble out there. She said no.
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
I was mumbling no.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Is there anybody in the chambers that would like to speak about that? Please stand up. Wake up, something. Okay, and is there anybody online that would like to speak for or against this?
Mr. Chair, there's nobody online.
Excellent. Okay, we will close public hearing and we will ask the commission, what's the pleasure of the commission?
I would like to make a motion to approve this. I will say, not in the interest of taking more time, but this really created a lot of stress for someone who really felt like they were going to be arrested and taken in, and it was quite concerning for the person who was told, you need a court date and you're going to be convicted of this. So I make a motion to require more of evidence to pass this ordinance.
Second.
I second. He beat me.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante, a second from Commissioner Johnson. I will just say that I saw on Facebook, maybe it was yesterday or the day before, somebody telling people to clean up their trash, and they demonstrated 3 pieces of mail in the picture. So it was like, here we are, right? It wasn't just one, but they called somebody out and they said, come pick up your mail.
Good.
Okay, we need a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Lisa Kakari-Stone.
Yes.
Commissioner Camilla Bustamante.
Yes?
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Adam Johnson.
Yes.
And Chair Justin Greene.
Yes. We have an ordinance. What is that number?
That ordinance number is 2026-02.
02, all right, making some progress. Okay, we are going to adjourn and go to executive session. Everybody can go home. Thank you very much, everybody.
We need a motion.
I know,
for
I'm
purposes
just
of
giving
this.
everybody a little idea of what's going on so they know what's happening. We're not going to come back afterwards to hear that last that piece from executive because we have a couple weeks to decide it. We can discuss it, but we're not going to take the action item, and you all can go home before sunset. Yes, excellent.
So moved. Is that
Yes.
right?
So let's
for clarity
let
of the
the
minutes,
county attorney walk us into this.
Chair and commissioners, I'm as the chair has discussed, the mood of the board is to enter executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation that the county is or may become a participant in, and the authority for entering closed executive session to discuss that matter is Section 1051H7 of the Open Meetings Act. The specific items to be discussed are 1, in re opioid litigation, MDL 2804, United States District Court, Northern District of Ohio, And 2, a potential breach of contract action concerning agreement number 2022-0201 CDD-KE.
So moved.
Thank you. We've got a motion from Commissioner Johnson, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. Can we get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Lisa Kakari-Stone,
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante,
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Adam Johnson,
Yes.
and Chair Justin Greene.
Yes, and just for clarification, we are adjourned and we will take up this last item at the next meeting. Thank you, everybody.